Marks. Welcome everyone to the Aspen City Council meeting of March 10th. This month is already starting to fly by. Welcome those on grassroots and those here in person. Nicole, will you call the roll, please?
Councillor Benedetti. Here. Councillor Doyle. Here. Councillor Guth.
Here.
Councillor Rose.
Here.
Mayor Richards.
There we go. We have no scheduled public appearances this evening, but we do have time for citizen comments and petitions. Are there anyone here to speak to council on items not on tonight's agenda?
If that works.
Okay, if that works. Technical. Please come forward and then give us your name, and you have about 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Sam Hayes. I know a lot of you all. It's nice to meet the rest of you. A little bit about me. I came here about 9 years ago, started work at Belly Up under Michael Goldberg as a manager, and then I worked under Wendy Mitchell at Meat and Cheese for about 5 years. Currently, I am building out the new restaurant called the Golden Horn. We're bringing back kind of history to town. It's more of a local spot, high volume, low margin. One sec. Trying to bring back something in the town that really hasn't been here for a bit. We're doing pool tables that are going to be free, TVs, a golf simulator, a 17-seat bar. It's about 3,400 square feet. It's an undertaking, but super excited. This community has taken care of me already, and I'm super excited for that future. I was here working with Wendy at Meat and Cheese during COVID, so got to learn quite a bit during that. And that's why I'm here today, because of the airport issue that's going to be coming up. For me, and I think everyone, what are we doing proactively instead of reactively? COVID was everything reactive. We never had the chance to actually get ahead of it, which was very unfortunate. So what can we do as a community and as a team to get everything ahead of schedule? And for me, I mean, there's a couple things. I was on the phone with Michael Goldberg today, Wendy Mitchell, Chef Barkley, and we all want to get together and try to figure something out. I know APCHA is already working on stuff, so we're going to team up with them as well. But what can we do and have the city support? And during COVID, we saw that patios was a major beneficial revenue stream for everyone. So I'd like to, and I don't know how to do it, but propose something, and I have multiple other things too. Hopefully I don't go over whatever. But with patios, it was this liveliness that brought it back during that strange time. And with patios, especially with the cost that goes into them and the actual potential revenue, if we were able to keep them up year round. For this patio that we're building out at the Golden Horn, which is on Mill and Cooper, same spot that it used to be, we're looking at $75,000 just to build it. And then $20,000 per year for setup, breakdown, storage. On top of the city fee that we pay for the liquor licensing, which on average is going to be anywhere from $16,000 to $20,000. So that is a significant cost to us. And if we were able to keep it up year round, then we would lose the storage and the setup and breakdown, but we could also gain revenue before this airport closure that we have no idea what's going to happen. I mean, if we say that we're going to be super successful without doing anything in front, that's a lie. That's never going to happen. But if we can prepare ourselves beforehand, instead of coming out as an average year, let's come out and say we absolutely crushed this. Let's be on top of it and come out super happy after this airport closure, because we all, well, majority of us, and I voted for it, yes. I think it's going to be fantastic. So afterwards, when it's all done and everything's set up, let's come out on top overall, instead of after you talk to people, everyone's like, well, we lost money.
Thank you very much for that comment. I think the Chamber of Commerce breakfast, which they're having at the Aspen Meadows tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. I do not know if they have tickets left. They have done a survey of the business community needs and expectations and are going to be relaying those comments at that time. The Chamber is working on alternate routes with ground transportation as well as how these things are portrayed online for online booking. It is true, we know that the Gant will be closing for significant remodeling, as well as the Little Nell. Those are the only two hotels we know of at this point in time. A significant amount of our business in the summer is drive business as opposed to winter, which is much more heavily dependent. Pardon me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. We are scheduled for a very long meeting tonight, so we're not going to go into the rest of your ideas, but would love to have them if you could submit them in writing. I am not sure about the patio ideas. That was very concerning about the loss of parking, which we have a parking shortage in the summer, certainly. And when a structure becomes permanent, then things like affordable housing mitigation fees are due. And that would add a significant cost to what you're proposing based on the square footage. But again, the other ideas, and we have been networking with the Chamber of Commerce to know what we can do and how we can do it.
Perfect, thank you.
Bill?
Could I add, thank you, Sam, so much. I appreciate the notion of being proactive instead of reactive on this, and I'd love to propose some kind of task force that, if Sam was willing to participate on, I think would be phenomenal. I think
Do we want to take this over from the Chamber of Commerce, which is the business organization, or is it going to be redundant?
I think it's different. I think that task force could liaise with the Chamber of Commerce, but I don't want to be sitting in this place next year and say we had an opportunity to do something and we had someone who encouraged us to do something and we didn't do enough. So I'd love to start soliciting some more formal ideas and have people, perhaps we could have a staff person that's sort of the liaison to that task force. And we could have, 5 people or something from the community that volunteer their time to help sort of generate some business ideas to help with that. I'd be very excited for that idea.
Okay, well, let's talk about that further as a council. Again, I think the Chamber's really being very aggressive, and as they need things, they are asking us or will ask us. But if we wanted to look for additional special events promotion from our special events committee or something like that, I do think that our music festival and all the other performing arts are planning on going forward with a full season.
All that's wonderful, but I just think if it's sort of coming directly to us as opposed to from the Chamber, it's a little bit different. And my last comment on this is, just because the airport isn't our direct responsibility doesn't mean we shouldn't sort of do everything we can to help our economy, help our community, help our business operators. And I think we have some short-term flexibility to do that, so we should consider it.
We have been asked through the county with CARA to participate, and we're just really waiting for them to say what else they would like us to do as a city.
Right.
But this is almost like the construction of the Glenwood Springs Bridge. A lot of new work will be pulling together. But thank you for your comments, sir. We appreciate it. And if you would like to submit your other ideas in some writing, or we'll be glad to take a look and see what else we can do.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And Mayor, just to add on your comment about the county, we do have a group of different governments as well as APCHA and other partners in the community all engaging at the end of this month to start having those conversations about planning ahead in terms of how does the airport affect the different economic arms of our communities. So.
Okay, thank you for that, Pete. Additional public comments, people who are here to comment on things not on tonight's agenda. Sir, please come forward and just give us your name.
Hi, team. Tim Sack, Executive Director, Buckram Public Arts. After an encouragement from CLCC last week, I am here to discuss Engineering CMP Section 11.3 noise barrier suppression. As you guys may be aware, we have taken an initiative in the last 4 years to put what we're calling beautification on the Cooper Mall murals. And after last night's conversation about some of these projects that are lingering, it became more pertinent, and I felt like it should come today. The current CMP Section 11.3 noise suppression barrier reads, all temporary barriers or curtains implemented for noise suppression will utilize 100% vinyl or equivalent material wrap or fence banner in areas that are visible from the roadway right-of-way or open space. The graphics on the wrap will include either a neutral solid color and will be a depiction that represents the heritage of the city of Aspen. This includes graphics depicting aspen trees, the maroon bells, or other aspect of Aspen's natural environment. Renderings of the proposed development advertised in our text or any form are not acceptable. We love that non-advertising. I am here to propose some adjustment to this language where it is not allowed to have a neutral barrier, but is required by the city to have art placed on those banners that are an eyesore of our community. We've been very successful for 4 years with doing it on Cooper. We'd like to see it also being done on Mountain Chalet. We have the resources as far as printing of the banners, but we're just looking for how does this process work that we could change this language so that it was a requirement for developments in the commercial core to carry a beautification banner on the sides of them. Something that we would be happy to manage the curation of the art for. We could work with the City of Aspen's public art program to do that. But it seems like a huge opportunity for us to not just do this where we have taken the initiative, but have it be something that is required by the city. It's not an expensive thing in the massive construction costs of these projects, so it becomes a pretty easy way for us to say, we're putting this up, I'm in talks with Mountain Chalet, it would still be their normal banner that they're putting up. We would just add in a banner on top of it that would just not be a big khaki wall and instead be local art. And with the language, something that doesn't just say that it has to be part of our local heritage. We have a lot of aspen trees and maroon bells around here. I would love to see art for art's sake and not just the mimicking of what our surroundings already look like.
Thank you for that proposal. I think it's something for us to consider discussing with CCLC. Art can be very subjective to people. Some love it, some hate it. I'm thinking of that wild-eyed stallion in front of DIA, which generated a tremendous amount of complaints, and I personally liked it. But I think that we want to talk to CCLC and others who are involved in the core to see if those are possibly some of their concerns of what type of art, what does it mean? Is it depicting war? Is it depicting social justice? I mean, there's all sorts of topics that good art, as they say, makes people uncomfortable. So I think that we want to be cautious about how we amend the code. But I appreciate you bringing that forward, and I don't know that we've all read that portion of the code recently to say what should the wrapping materials around a construction site be.
Yeah, no,
I've had some discussion on it at some point in my tenure here. And I can't remember if Tim was the one who sort of brought this up or not. I love this idea of what he's proposing. I would just want to make sure it's limited to the commercial core.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Well, let's take a look and see what we can do with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your attendance at our meeting last night to prepare for this.
Of course.
Thank you. There we go. Additional public comment for people here but who are not speaking on things on tonight's agenda. Please.
Hi, my name's Katia Galembos. I grew up in Pickens County. I worked for a human rights organization for some of my career. I look young, but I have experience. I moved back to Pickens County and was alarmed to find that the Aspen Police Department has plans to install flock cameras, automatic license plate readers. From my experience in the human rights world, I can say with certainty that flock puts the most vulnerable in our communities at risk and paves the way for violations of our constitutional rights. I don't know how much you know about flock, but they have data sharing and data retention practices that move it from being legitimate law enforcement purposes to being used for the potential for a lot of bad things. So there are thousands of cars that drive on our roads, and Flock stores this information in a searchable database. This information includes license plate number, make, model, and other identifying features like dents or bumper stickers. And Flock also stores the time, date, and location. And then this information goes into a database that is searchable by police stations, usually outside of your local police station. My understanding of Aspen's potential plans for this would be that all of Colorado police departments could search this database. So this data is collected and retained whether or not that vehicle is associated with someone who has been suspected of a crime. So that means law enforcement can track personal data without reasonable suspicion. This searchable database gives police departments access to personal information that normally would require a warrant. So if you and I have location data through our cell phone, that requires a warrant for a police department to access typically. Looking up a license plate in Flock does not require a warrant right now. So there are serious due process concerns with Flock. And the architecture of this data retention and the searchable database can potentially violate our constitutional right to freedom of expression and of association. Law enforcement can identify individuals who exercise their First Amendment rights to go to church or to peacefully assemble, and that might sound like kind of alarmist, but the Electronic Frontier Foundation has documented that law enforcement agencies in 2025 made hundreds of searches related to peaceful protests. So in short, it's also subject to institutional abuse.
That's kind of your 3 minutes, but
Yeah,
I'd
thank
like
you.
to ask our manager to respond. We have been looking very carefully at Flock and with our police department. If you,
And I agree with this comment, and we've actually had some conversations with other communities that already put Flock in place, and some of them have actually changed course or adjusted their contracts with Flock. Some have actually gone to different providers that offer a similar solution that's just not a Flock model or brand.
Is your mic on?
It is now. Thank you.
okay, start again for the viewing audience.
Sorry for the late response.
So we do know that there are other communities that are using Flock, and we've had conversations with other communities about their experiences. We are taking a very targeted approach to this. We are being very cautious. We are not entering into a contract at this time until we know fully what the data is going to be used for, who has access to that and whatnot. So at this time, we still have not stood anything up, and we are still in the exploratory phase, and we are going to take this slow and make sure that we're protecting those in our community that we want to protect.
Yeah, thank you for coming in and bringing that to our attention, and we'll, if you'd like to leave your address with one of the clerks or people over here, we'll keep you updated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Does somebody have a pen, can take that? Okay, thank you. Additional members of the public here for public comment on items not on tonight's agenda. There being none, and I don't see any hands up online, I will close the public comment, and we will move on to council member and mayor's comments. John.
3 things. See, first of all, Pickens County is still in extreme to exceptional drought conditions despite last weekend's snowfall. And there's very little moisture on the horizon, so keep your fingers crossed and keep those snow dances coming. I am a Pickens County Democrat delegate. The Democrat Assembly is tonight, so I will be leaving for a short time to go vote for tonight's representatives to the state. And lastly, we invite the community to the Aspen Public Art 2026 season announcement on March 25th. Join us for the event Public Art in the Making, a space to explore the process and creation of public art, the behind the scenes, and hear the announcements for the upcoming season. It's Wednesday, March 25th from 5 to 7:30 at the Red Brick Center for the Arts. Tickets are free with an RSVP at www.aspenpublicart.com. Thanks.
Thank you. Christine? Nothing tonight. Thank you. Bill?
Thanks. I went, when was this, last week now, Sam and I were together for a tour of the ARC pool deck issues and settling issues. And it occurred to me that I'd be remiss not to push for the construction of the outdoor pool. I think that that's just a component that was designed of this building that should have been completed long ago. I think about what I assume this project would cost to complete today, and in the scheme of our budget is relatively small, and I think it'd be a tremendous amenity for our community that I think is missing, and I really want to advocate strongly for doing that. In a perfect world, it would happen before the shutdown of the indoor pools to facilitate the work. I'd like to hear some more information about how that might be made possible so that we could have some pool amenity up and running while that work is happening. But I really want to advocate for and explore getting that done. I just think it's silly that we have this sort of space allocated for it. We have the infrastructure partially in place for it. We have the designs complete for it. Let's get it done.
Thank you, Bill. We saw the tour as well earlier, and as I mentioned before, we once passed a bond issue, a debrucing short-term for property tax, and left a previous council with $3 million to build that outdoor pool. They couldn't settle on a design. I know Tony has showed us some designs. I don't know if they were final, but to revive it and bring it forward, considering some of the other stresses on the general fund for the armory and projects like that, I'd like to have our manager take a look at it and see what we could work it in. The number 15 years ago was around 3 to 7 million. I don't know what it is now.
That seems like an awful lot to me for a relatively small outdoor pool, but I haven't priced it in this context, and I haven't even seen a design, so what do I know? But
Yeah, well, we'll find out what we
I
could do.
think it could be simple and effective and a wonderful amenity for the community.
Great. Sam? Anything else, Bill?
No, that's it. Thank you so much.
Communications. The City of Aspen Utilities Department has partnered again with Resource Central to offer the Garden in a Box program designed for Colorado's climate and water conservation needs. Garden in a Box offers professionally curated low-water garden kits to transform yards into vibrant and sustainable landscapes. To incentivize participation and promote water-saving practices, the city is providing a limited number of discounted Garden in a Box kits. Residents can choose from any of the 8 full-size garden kits, each tailored to Aspen's climate. Pre-orders for Garden in a Box are available beginning on Wednesday, March 11th. To activate the discount, select the City of Aspen upon checkout and select your closest pickup location. City of Aspen water customers receive a $25 discount on each garden. Pickup for all pre-orders will be held on June 4th, 2026 at the middle school parking lot. Visit resourcecentral.org gardens to purchase your garden today. And I do have just some of my own.
Please.
One was, thanks Sam Hayes, I was going to bring up alfresco dining. I heard from one of the people that had talked to you about it, so I was just hoping to potentially at least get like an information memo on the process of getting alfresco dining for restaurants. I know it's complicated in the sense that each restaurant has their own unique space, so some of them are more able to have alfresco dining than others because they just don't have the space in front of their restaurant for it. But even so, one of the concerns that I heard was sending in the same application every year, not changing anything for their alfresco dining situation, but having to go through a lengthy / expensive process to get it approved, even though it's the same application from the year before. So just looking for ways to potentially streamline it and then also maybe enhance on what Sam was talking about earlier tonight, where it might be just a nicer idea to have during especially the airport shutdown to really boost our economy and vibrancy during that time, and as maybe a pilot program for what it could be going forward.
Okay.
Another one, this one's more directed towards our APCHA representatives, but all of council and the community for just like food for thought. But when we had a discussion on policies and regulations for APCHA, and we talked about prioritization for ownership units. One of the ones that came up was if you grew up here. And what Matthew sent back was that you only have priority if you graduate high school here, but you had to come back within 5 years, meaning basically the year after college. And I thought that was too short. A lot of people that grow up here, can make money elsewhere, have greater life experience elsewhere, and I think 5 years is just too short a timeline that it potentially should be increased. I thought maybe up to 30, but I thought that might be pushing it, but I'm sure there's a number that some reasonable person can come up with to allow people who grew up here to come back and have some level of prioritization while also gaining life experience outside the bubble that is Aspen.
Yeah.
And lastly, the survey is now live for the Aspen Golf Course potential renovation remodel. So it's on the city website. And if you are a tennis player, a pickleball player, play golf, use it as a Nordic center, fill out the survey so that we can get your feedback and make that into the best facility possible.
Yeah, very good, Sam. Appreciate that. And Sam had emailed me about bringing up the housing change, and I said I could see moving it to like 7 years or something like that, but I think you need to be clear. You could very well have moved here and gone to high school your last year, graduated, but not really grown up here. So that's a definition that we really might have to ask people to work on. How many years had you grown up here, or something like that? But it's something for our housing board and to discuss. I have one of the communication briefings to read for you as well, because the City of Aspen is inviting the community to stay informed and get involved on the Entrance to Aspen reevaluation project through our new project website and upcoming public open house. The website is entrancetoaspen, all one word, .co. That's all it needs to be, entrancetoaspen.co. And there will be an in-person public open house on that Thursday, March 26th, from 4 to 6:30 p.m. at Colorado Mountain College at the Aspen Airport Business Center. That's 255 Sage Way. So it's a chance to learn about the Entrance to Aspen reevaluation, see updated project information, design refinements, and share your feedback and try to get some questions answered. So thank you on that. And their staff has been working very diligently, and we greatly appreciate trying to move this forward. A couple of other comments this evening. I want to congratulate the Aspen High School basketball seniors. They've made it to the quarterfinals. We saw the game up there on Friday night. It was very fast and very exciting. And they will be playing Wednesday at the Denver Coliseum tomorrow night. And that's just really exciting for those basketball boys and the cheerleaders and all the parents in this whole school. So that's a really great accomplishment. A second really fun announcement I get to make tonight is that this Saturday, the 14th, will be a celebration of Alex Ferrara's gold medal win in the Olympics. And the ski company is going to be hosting that at the top of the mountain at Sun Deck on Saturday the 14th. Now, if you don't have a ski pass and you're not a skier, it will be free for foot passengers starting at 3:30 p.m. to go up to the Sun Deck. And the gathering will kind of start at about 5 p.m. They're going to have comments and words from the ski club, the ski company, honoring Alex starting at 5:30 p.m. So that's coming up this Saturday, the 14th. Very exciting time for that. We will have a proclamation from the City of Aspen to be read as well. I just wanted to take a moment to mention the passing of Jim Markalunas. He was a very kind and thoughtful and kind of heart of old Aspen type of person. He and I actually served together on council in the old building back in 99, 2001. And so best wishes to his family and his legacy. And he was always a really big rail advocate. And I think he was disappointed that we didn't quite get to that in his lifetime. But who knows what the future holds as we try to solve our transportation problems. I'd also just briefly like to mention that a lot can happen in a 2-week period. And since our last hearing on the Aspen Meadows, we've become a nation at war. And like many others, you wake up and you go, wow, that's kind of new. Although it's being called an excursion now, I've recently read that over $5 billion worth of military artillery missiles were delivered in the first 2 days of that excursion, incursion, whatever we'd like to call it. I only mention this because I'd like to say a prayer or best thoughts, whatever you have, for the safety of all involved, all of our servicemen, people who've already been wounded or lost their lives, that there be a peaceful and quick end to this activity. As a mayor of a community like Aspen, I already look at the damage to tourism that's been done in some ways through the battling back and forth about tariffs and threatening to annex Canada and this and things. We've seen international tourism really taking a hit. And I don't know whether we will end up with gasoline prices that push closer to a global recession or a United States recession. But it is something that I think we all bear in mind and need to look at and think about as we prepare next year's budget, and on top of the airport closure and other things like that. It just is a time where we are in the Aspen bubble, as you said, Sam, but outside events will be affecting us, and it can affect us, and I'm just hoping for a recurrence of peace and safety for all those involved and all those suffering through what happens when you go to war. So those would be my comments for this evening. We would move on to, are there any agenda amendments tonight?
No.
No, there are no. And City Manager, do you have any comments this evening?
Nothing to add, thanks.
We're going to start having you read the communication brief soon, just so you have something to say. Okay, board reports. Who has any comments on a board report since our last meeting 2 weeks ago?
None tonight.
No. Very good. There is, again, an ACRA board breakfast meeting, business messing tomorrow morning, if anybody's going to be attending. But I'm the same, no real meetings this past 10 days, but a lot this week. So we're moving through that very quickly. We will now move on to the consent calendar. We have a lengthy consent calendar. I will read the titles of each one. If there's any that council members would like to pull for further discussion, we'll go through those. But right now, the consent calendar is resolution number 22 and 23, series of 2026, the Wheeler Node security improvements. These are improvements we've looked at for the safety of the Hyman Avenue Mall. That is going forward. I'm sorry, these pages are a little screwy. Then we have the resolution 204 and 205, series of 2026, construction contract Koch Park to City Market electric circuit repair and replacement. Resolution 26, series of 26, purchase of 209 Aspen Airport Business Center, Unit L, for employee housing for the City of Aspen from the City of Aspen Housing Fund, not the General Lottery Fund. Resolution 29, series of 2026, the APCHA Yardi contract, which is to upgrade the system from HomeTrek to a different provider. Resolution number 30, series of 2026, the updated wildfire mitigation policy, which we've discussed in recent work sessions. Resolution number 31, series of 2026, CDOT Intergovernmental Agreement for Pavement Markings. This is kind of giving them back the responsibility for the pavement markings on our highway. And the item G is resolution number 33, series of 2026, the proposed settlement agreement between the City of Aspen and the Pauline M. Mayer Family Limited Partnership, LLLP. Is there any item that people would like to pull from this agenda? Is there a motion?
Just the Yardi APCHA one. I'm sorry, I forget the number.
Okay, well, perhaps we can just have a discussion on that before not having to pull it. Matthew, you want to come up and explain that one for us?
Matthew Gillen, Director APCHA.
You want me to just pose my specific question, make it more efficient, if that's okay?
Yeah.
I happen to be a fan of Yardi software and use it, and I do think it's best in class. I have no idea how it performs in your specific environment and needs. But I also have no idea what amount of money this community has invested in HomeTrek over the years, but I'm led to believe that it's significant. And so first question is, are we totally abandoning HomeTrek?
We are not.
We're not. Okay, so could you explain what we will be using HomeTrek for moving forward, what we'll be using
Yardi will be
for?
used for property management services of City of Aspen-owned, APCHA-managed rental units, so internally and externally. So using the Rent Cafe app for the external and Voyager, which is internal, and we just feel that is a much better system in terms of rentals. I'd like to improve our property management services. I think there's room for improvement there in terms of leasing, ease of payment. When we were getting the demonstration of Yardi, they were manipulating the data in ways we hadn't even thought about. HomeTrack will still be used for qualifications for ownership, including running the lottery, the affidavit, and all the ownership sides of the house. So, they are very different things that we were asking HomeTrack to do, and we felt that, being wary of the sunk cost fallacy, we decided to go ahead, and since it was revenue neutral, go ahead and switch to Yardi for the property management services.
Perfect. And will there be a savings on annual home track costs? No,
There'll be a little savings, yeah.
Okay.
It's more or less more or less neutral, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good questions. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Nicole, will you call the roll, please?
Counselor Benedetti? Yes. Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Richards?
Yes. And thank you, Matthew. We appreciate that. We have no notice of call-up this evening, but we do have first reading of ordinances. The first ordinance is ordinance number 7, series of 2026, the spring supplemental.
While they're coming up, Rachel, does anyone know what that beeping is? It's driving me crazy. Is there anything we can do about that?
It's a pump.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Okay, and so this is the spring supplemental, and you can present first, and then we'll see if there's a motion to read and a motion to pass.
Mayor Richards, may I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Tyler Sexton, Finance Director. With me, I have Michelle Chaloon, one of our senior budget officers, and I'm going to quickly run through the spring supplemental. So I kind of laid out kind of some of the key components for council as well as the public as kind of what the purpose of the spring supplemental is. To kind of first and foremost, it's to authorize the 2025 carry forwards. Of the $48.5 million request, about 72% of that is coming from the carry forwards. Based off Colorado state statute, all appropriations last at year end, so we need to reappropriate those balances to ensure that those projects get carried forward. The next category is technical adjustments. Those total about $9.7 million, and these are primarily previously approved items since the adoption of the budget till spring. They also have some grant-related items, and it's more of an accounting adjustment for some of these items. The one big one that really brings this number up to $9.7 million is that recent adoption of the 0.3% sales tax from the public education fund. That totaled about $5.6 million in a request, so that's kind of why you're seeing that big adjustment this year. The next one is we do departmental central savings. Here at the City of Aspen, we encourage the staff and the departments to do savings programs compared to, a use it or lose it. And so that $3.7 million is carrying forward those balances that they have used and kind of allow them to take benefit of savings for the last year's budget. The second to last is addressing the new requests, which we have only about $189,000 this year. And then finally, now that, we've closed the December books and we're gearing up for the audit, we like to present, the new revenue projections as well as truing up some of the fund balances for you all to see. Happy to answer any questions. That's all I have.
Pete, do you have any comments on budget or?
Not to the extent of sending this longer. If there's any questions on the central savings program, I know we've talked about it in the past that, we try to avoid the use it or lose it, kind of mentality that other communities have sometimes when they get to year end. And that program for the public is really intended to try to put money back into the fund balance if it wasn't needed for the given year. So it encourages that by basically saying, we will let the departments keep roughly 50% of anything that wasn't spent up to a certain maximum, which is set at a cap of $150,000 in any given year. And those dollars can be reappropriated through this process, but then only used for mission-critical things that are advancing their departmental focus. And so it's allowing, in this case, to actually avoid a bunch of new requests. So there were some other things that came to my attention for consideration, and I said, you know what, why don't we apply some of the savings program to these types of things, and that will not add to your budget this year, and we'll have a broader discussion about those needs in the 2027 process. So there's some value to things like the savings program. I think that's probably the biggest thing I'd add. We did really keep the new requests down, and a lot of this is just really reflective of the fact that under Colorado law, that all appropriations lapse at the end of the year. Even though all those projects are still ongoing, we need to re-up the funding for the balances of those budgets to keep them moving forward.
Thank you for that. That's a good and clear explanation. Is there a motion to read ordinance number 7?
So moved.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. Would you read that, Nicole? Oh, wait, let me call the roll.
Counselor Benedetti?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Richards?
Yes.
Ordinance number 7, series of 2026, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aspen, Colorado, appropriating an increase in 1, the 2026 municipal budget, and 2, the 2026 budget for Truscott Phase 2 Affordable Housing Fund, which is a component unit fund of the City of Aspen, and authorizing appropriations pursuant to.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve on first reading?
Yes, I'm happy to make that, but could I ask a couple of questions to bring back for a second?
Yeah, let's
Either or.
have a second. Is there a second? And then we'll have your questions
Sure.
after.
Second.
Okay, Bill, questions for second reading?
Yes, thanks. Number 1, on the Rio Grande building buyout of equipment lease, I'd like to understand how that was negotiated and what kind of discount we're getting on that. For the record, I'm not supportive specifically of the City of Aspen electrification study, nor am I supportive of the DEIB, whatever that is, that's within here. I've made those statements, DEIB gap analysis. So I just, the only thing I'd love more information on is that Rio Grande equipment lease buyout, please.
Okay, so we will have a little more of that on second reading. Are there any other questions that would like to be asked at second reading on this? Okay. Thank you for that, Bill. Will you call the roll to approve the item on first
Counselor
reading?
Benedetti?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Richards?
Yes, thank you. We will now go into public hearings. We have 3 in a row that are on banner and flag fees, and we are going to take these all together in terms of the presentation and then take the motions separately. And if you'll kind of explain all this, I think you change one part of the code, you end up changing 3 other parts of the code. So it's kind of why it's a linked event.
Good evening, council members.
Yeah,
Get
speak
real
really
close.
loudly, because they don't really amplify, and you want the people behind you to hear you.
Of course. My name is Lorena Vargas. I am the Development Services Analyst, and with me today are...
I'm Haley Waddell, Deputy City Engineer.
And I'm Tilly Pines, a planner in community development.
Thank you.
And this is a joint presentation with Engineering and Community Development. And like you mentioned, we will be presenting ordinances 1, 2, and 3, similar to the first reading altogether.
Okay.
Here is a brief overview of our code amendment timeline. Back in February, we presented the first reading of ordinances 1, 2, and 3, series of 2026, and it was unanimously approved by you all. Later in February, Community Development conducted public outreach. And today we are at the second reading of ordinances 1, 2, and 3, series of 2026.
As an overview, Ordinance 1 will be removing 2 subsections within the Land Use Code. Ordinance 2 will be relocating those subsections into Municipal Code Title 21 and Title 29, and then formally adopting banner standards. Ordinance number 3 will be relocating all banner fees into engineering section, as well as updating the fee schedule for banners to align with current staff time and workload. We had a few comments we wanted to address that we received at first reading, the first being the production of mesh banners and having local availability, and we do have local companies that do provide this material and that would meet the specifications provided, as well as an array of online services.
Okay.
And then we have the second comment, which was waiving fees for nonprofits. At this time, staff does not recommend that, as the majority of the users are nonprofit programs that use the banner program, and we would not see cost recuperation if we did that. The third comment was an incremental fees increase that was suggested instead of a single increase. And to that response, we will be presenting 2 options for you to review. Here is version A, which is our first and original proposal of having one increase. And the flags would go from 540 for an installation of 30 flags across Main Street, and that would bump up to 1,200. The Main Street banners for a single-sided 1 week would be from $63 to $150, and we would like to include a $100 for late fees. This new proposed version B will do a 50% increment now and 50% increment that will go into effect on January 2027. So things to consider when you're reviewing version A versus version V is that fees have not increased in over a decade, and most of our applications are processed in November. All of our annual events submit applications in November, and we currently have 157 reservations that are currently confirmed will honor the existing fee. Last year, we had 168 total applications. If we were to do an incremental increase, we will not see full cost recovery until 2028. And we do believe that the fees will still be reasonable and obtainable for advertising options.
Okay. Thank you.
Ordinances 1, 2, and 3 would improve agency coordination. It would create a transparent process for our users and overall improve efficiency. At this time, staff recommends that council approve ordinances number 1, 2, and 3, version A, series of 2026 at second reading.
Thank you for that presentation. Council members, do you have any questions? Okay. This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public here to speak to us about this matter?
I just want to clarify, I think you're taking public comment on all 3 ordinances.
Yes, thank you, because they are interrelated. Okay. There being none and none online, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council table. I appreciate your research into the totally waiving fees for nonprofits. I think that would leave the city with a very large additional deficit it's covering on behalf of those nonprofits. I do think that you'll see the turnaround effect of those groups requesting more from the grants to be able to cover the increase here, but it will help keep the departments that are doing the work's budget balanced. So I think that's important. So is there agreement that we should continue to charge the nonprofit entities that have the flag request? Mm-hmm. And then the second question for the board would be, would you like to tier the implementation of the new fees over a 2-year period, or just go all at once? For me, I'm kind of the one who asked about that. It just seems that because the previous boards and management had failed to ask for an increase to cover costs for 10 years. Maybe trying to cover it all in 1 year would be a little much. But, clearly there is the downside of that you're not getting to cost recovery for another year and a half, 2 years. So what do people feel about doing the fee increase over a 2-year period rather than 1?
2 years is fine.
Okay. I'm fine with 1, actually, but I'm not going to fight it.
Yeah, I'm fine with staff recommendation, but whatever majority decides.
Okay, well, I think we have 3, unless that changes anybody's minds over here, to say let's do it in a 2-year version. Do we need to make an amendment to any of these ordinances as they're printed, or just an amendment at the table?
We have, go ahead. Kate. My understanding is you have 2 proposed ordinance 3s. One is A, which is the full.
Okay, the last one.
Full-scale price, not stepping it over 2 years. And the other ordinance is B, which would increase it by half the first year, and then we would bring back another ordinance next year to increase it again. So I think you would make a motion to approve ordinance 3, version B.
I would suggest that if it's going to require another ordinance next year, I would rather just do it once now.
So it can't be so that it's already set up to go next year in this ordinance as a second increase?
My understanding is we could do it within the fee ordinance update that is a part of the operating budget cycle.
It wouldn't need a
So
full.
we would not need an ordinance.
Not a separate
Just come back
ordinance.
as part.
It
All
would
right,
be included.
Can I try
in
a
your
motion then?
fee
Yeah,
ordinance.
please.
I'll move to approve ordinances 1 and 2 of 2026 and ordinance 3, version B of 2026.
Okay, who wants to second that?
Second.
Second, okay. Thank you for making that motion, Bill. And again, we already had the public hearing. Nicole, will you call the roll, please?
Counselor Benedetti?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Richards?
Yes, thank you. We have ordinance number 4, series of 2026, establishing 2 transferable development rights at 504 West Hallam. After this item, we will move to the Meadows Road, Aspen Meadows housing project. So that will be up next after this ordinance.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Dan Folk, Planning Director. And so we do have ordinance tonight, a second reading for consideration of 2 certificates of transferable development rights at 504 West Hallam Street. Sarah Adams is here representing the property owner. So if we could have her activated as a user to share her screen. I'm looking over at Javier. Could you add Sarah Adams to the meeting as a presenter?
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
While they're getting that set up, Sarah has done land planning work for me in the past, continues to do so. I have nothing to do with this property, and I don't think that affects my decision-making at all.
Generally speaking, when that issue comes up, if you've used her, but your services have no relationship to this project, you stand not to benefit financially from this project, there is no conflict of interest under our existing code.
That's confirmed. Thanks.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Sarah Adams with Bend & Adams. Thanks for having us. I have Scott Hoffman here with me. He's the property owner and the builder for this project. So 504 West Hallam is a historic property in the West End, a 6,000 square foot lot. I'm trying to change my slide, but... Okay. The request tonight is to establish 2 TDRs. That's removing 500 square feet of floor area permanently from the property. The TDR has been in place since 2003. I think it's widely seen as a successful historic preservation tool. It essentially sends floor area from a historic property in increments of 250 square feet to a non-historic property like Maroon Creek Club or Five Trees. There's specific review criteria that are pretty objective in the land use code when looking at establishing TDRs. The first thing that council is asked to look at through the code is the existing condition to determine whether there is enough floor area that's unused on the property to create TDRs. And as you can see on this slide, if we sever 500 square feet of TDRs today, there's 761 square feet of unused floor area. So there's plenty to accommodate to TDRs under the existing condition. And I have to note, this is one of my favorite photos of the building from the Historical Society. Back in the day, a lady in a bikini mowing the lawn with a disgruntled older lady on the front porch watching her. So we have a lot of historic, I know, right? I think this is, so we have an HPC approved project. We went through conceptual review. You saw this project during your notice of call up in October, where you can see this beautiful front porch is going to be completely restored. It does not look like that exact porch today. You also saw a small one-story addition, which is kind of amazing these days on a historic property. A one-story addition, a one-car garage, and full restoration of the landmark. So under that HPC-approved project, you can see there is unused floor area, 500 square feet can be severed, and it leaves an overage of about 282 square feet of unused floor area under the current conceptual approval. So this is a very short presentation because, like I said, it's really objective criteria that you're asked to review. You know, I've been doing this for 21 years. I think this is a great preservation outcome for this property, to remove 500 square feet permanently from the property and to recognize the benefits of a one-story addition and a one-car garage in a really modest and restrained addition that Scott has brought forward to HPC. We're happy to answer questions. I know Dan has a presentation as well, but Scott and I are here to answer any questions that you have.
Okay. Is there a future request pending for bonus square footage as well?
Yeah, so this was kind of an interesting turn of events at HPC. We had two conceptual hearings at HPC. The first hearing, we asked for 70 square feet of the bonus. It was a two-story addition. It was a two-car garage off the alley, completely different than where we've landed. HPC said, we'd like you to restudy all of this and come back with something much smaller. No way are we going to grant the bonus and, you know, come back. So we came back maybe 2 months later with a complete redesign. Mm-hmm. The garage is now accessed off of 4th Street because we couldn't fit all of the pieces and parts in a one-story addition on the property without, you know, extending over the property line or something crazy like that. So as part of that second hearing, HPC was so positive about the changes that they offered the floor area bonus. We didn't need it for the project, but they said, you're doing such great preservation efforts, and the bonus has such strict criteria that we look at the restoration that you're doing now, and we want to be able to apply that in the future. You know, so essentially you've done all the restoration to earn you the bonus now, but you don't need it. And so they said, okay, we want to grant that at this hearing. Because it wasn't specifically noticed for the full bonus, it's 375 square feet. Legal said you need to come back at final and then formalize that bonus that HPC has decided to grant you for all the work that you're doing, the one-story addition, the small connector, all the things that the bonus asks for. So it's a little interesting where we have this approved project that, you know, we can pull TDRs from, but we also have a project that's going at the end of this month with this formal request for a bonus because HPC wanted to grant it to us. We do not need the TDRs for the bonus. The bonus is not going to be converted into TDRs. That's not allowed in the code. The code is pretty specific about if you ask for TDRs, that doesn't disqualify you from any other historic preservation benefits, and that's on purpose with all the unique properties that we have.
But you cannot get a TDR and then turn that, a bonus and then turn it into
Correct.
a TDR.
And that's absolutely not what we're doing.
So there might be, at some point in time, a future addition or something on the property they'd like to use that for.
Yeah, and Scott's explored adding, you know, some storage space in the gable end that counts as floor area. You know, it's also important to know part of the HPC conversation was because the garage is now accessed off of 4th Street. we don't get the garage exemption, which is 375 square feet, just coincidentally. So that was all part of the conversation with HPC and something that we've talked about, as it seems fair, where you're going to end up with a similar sized house with a better preservation outcome where the garage is off of 4th Street in a one-story addition. But yes, we are going to be bringing forward, some storage space and things that would use some of that bonus. But again, that we can do the project without the bonus. We can still do the TDRs.
Well, thank you, Sarah, for that more detailed
Sure.
explanation
Yeah, happy to.
of how that occurred and how it's sequenced. I think others have heard me express concerns about the other neighborhoods that tend to be the receiving areas, and while some areas like Five Trees might absorb it quite well, other areas don't. But this is not that case, and we are having an upcoming work session with HPC and P&Z to talk about things that would work better for them or should be eliminated, things like that. So I am going to be in support of this going forward, I believe. So let's open the public hearing unless you want additional presentation from staff on this.
I do have a presentation.
Okay.
Unshare myself.
Yeah, if you could. Share.
This is like the nerve-wracking part. It comes up.
Now I'm going to go through kind of the formal findings that are required is the main part of my presentation, but I will go through it rather quickly here. Let's see, where's the, I'm trying to get it to the full screen here.
Go to view.
Is it view? I know, where is it? Usually there's a choice up here. Oh, slideshow.
See it on there.
I can do it here.
Up there, it's easier to see.
Sorry about this.
That's because the Zoom thing blocks where you can see your header.
All right, we'll just do it this way.
Yeah, there we go.
That button, like right there, I'm pretty sure it gets you.
This one?
No, this little minus one, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong.
That,
Yeah, that's what I think it is.
that little guy.
This one?
Yeah.
I think so. It could have changed. We can also do it this way.
I think it looks good.
These things just make me feel old when I don't know how to run PowerPoint anymore. All right, now I'm showing the location map, which is what we're, here we go. So this is located on the northwest corner of Hallam and 4th Street. Here's another rendering of the, or a photo of the home today. And as Sarah had said, the Historic Preservation Commission approved a project back in September of '25 with a number of components to it. Here's another rendering of the restored home along with the addition on the rear. And like Sarah said, they did a pretty major redesign of that, which is very appreciated by the commission. So in terms of the purpose of the program, it is to encourage preservation of historic landmarks by permitting property owners to sever and convey undeveloped floor area to be developed on different properties, which enables market forces and the demand for residential floor area to accomplish a community goal of preserving Aspen's heritage, as reflected in the built environment. So I think it's a very nice purpose statement. Here's a summary. These numbers pretty much match Sarah's. I think we rounded up to 782, was it 781.5? But yeah, as she stated, this does not include any potential floor area bonuses. This is just the base allowable floor area per the zone district that the home is located in. We did get a recommendation of approval from the Historic Preservation Commission back on September 10th of last year. And then I'll quickly go through the, I think it's 11 criteria. So the first one is that the sending site is a historic landmark, which it is. B is that there is undevelopable square footage available, which there's 782 square feet. C, that it will not create a nonconformity. It does not. D, that the analysis of the unbuilt development right shall only include the actual development right. So this is what we were speaking about. It can't include floor area bonuses. And so the 782 square feet does not include any additional bonus. E requires a deed restriction that basically permanently severs the floor area, so that's done at the time of the closing. F is again about closing, that the city will provide the certificates, the TDR certificates, and the owner will provide the deed restriction. So that's, again, a future step. G, it requires them to provide building plans, basically documenting that this square footage is available, and so that has been provided, and we've confirmed it. H, again, is about recording any sale, assignment, or conveyance of these TDR certificates. So the owner, when they're ready to do that, that has to be recorded in the public records. There's a reporting requirement. They can issue those at the pace preferred by the owner, so that's noted. And then finally, the City Council has the authority to approve or disapprove. Again, what we're asking is that if you approve these TDRs, that it's contributing to a best preservation solution for the resource. And then again, it asks for a recommendation from the Commission, which we've gotten recommended approval. And so that is all of my presentation tonight. Happy to answer any questions you might have about it.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Okay. We will open the public hearing on ordinance number 4, series of 2026, establishing 2 transferable development rights certificates at 504 West Hallam Street. Is there anyone here who would like to comment on that? There being none, and I see no one online, we will bring it back to the table. Is there a motion on this item?
I move to approve ordinance 4 of 2026 on second reading.
Okay, is there a second?
No.
Second.
Okay, Christina got it. Very good. Very good. It has been moved and seconded. Nicole, will you call the roll, please?
Counselor Benedetti?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Richards?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank
We
you.
are going to take a short 5-minute break and then come back for the larger meadows here. Okay, thank you, Grass. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to Grassroots TV to watch this or be here in person. This is the council meeting of March 10th, and we are now to ordinance number 5, series of 2026, 845 Meadows Road, the Aspen Meadows Affordable Housing Project, Major Plan Development Amendment, Project Review, Use Variance, GMQS, Affordable Housing Credits, Transportation and Parking Management, and other associated reviews. I want to be clear, as we had our first reading or hearing on this, we gave some council comments. We did not have time because of the length of public hearing to hear the responses of the applicants to those. Our staff, the city staff, let us know they would not have their responses ready in time for this meeting. So we are planning on hearing the responses from the team. We did keep the public hearing open, and there were a number of people who had to leave a little early from the last meeting. I'm not sure if they're here or not, but I will see if they care to speak. And then we will be continuing this again. Council will be offering its comments after public comment again and be able to see how this moves forward. So that's going to be the order of things. We have received a significant packet of letters, new letters, which we've all looked at and read since the last meeting. And I'm sure you've received some as well. So we do appreciate everyone's comments and the input they're giving us. It doesn't matter if your letter came from a month ago or it came 2 days ago. It is a little hard when they come at 4:45 in the afternoon before the meeting, but we take them all into consideration, past and present. So we'll turn it over to you. Thank you so much.
Mayor Richards, just some brief comments
Please,
before
Ben.
I turn things over to Jessica and her team. For the record, Ben Anderson, Community Development Director. Per your comments, staff is not anticipating a presentation this evening. We did want to let council know that for the future continued hearing, that staff is preparing materials around the Affordable Housing Credits Program and some of the questions that council had about that, and also just the larger transportation questions, both on-site and off, that was definitely a focus of discussion during the previous public hearing. So I would ask that if there are anything else, at the end of this conversation this evening with the applicant team, that if there's any information that you would desire from staff, that you let us know so that we can have those ready for the next meeting's packet.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide some additional comments and responses to the many really great questions from council members as well as the community from our last hearing. I'm going to go through a number of slides to cover some of these key pieces. So there were a number of questions related to the deed restrictions and housing credits. We want to share a little bit more information about that. Transportation and parking, as well as site access, the trail at Aspen Center for Physics, and then there were some comments related to sustainability and design that we wanted to provide some responses to. Harry Teague, who is the architect for Aspen Music Festival and School and Aspen Center for Physics, will join us at the table when we get to the sustainability and design section of the presentation. As I think Ben mentioned, we did not provide additional changes. There are no adjustments to the application. We're just here to respond to questions. The one exception to that is we've heard from you, we have heard from the community related to vested rights. All of the partners are comfortable moving forward with a 5-year vested rights, which was some of the kind of time frame that council suggested in our last meeting. That continues to provide an opportunity for important things like thinking about construction management and really dialing that in, as well as fundraising. And so that is maybe the one exception to that comment.
So really quickly, just reminder of overall context and to help answer some of the questions related to why the project is proposed as it is. So total of 13 units at Aspen Institute, 13 at Aspen Music Festival and School, 34 at Aspen Center for Physics. Overall, we're adding a total of 46 parking spaces to the site. We talked quite a bit about this at the last meeting, but just wanted to highlight these organizations are not housing developers. They are here in order to address real needs related to programming and employee housing. And they're really the keystone to the intellectual spirit and soul here in Aspen. And so really, I think, a special partnership in terms of these three organizations coming together to address these key needs. They are doing this on land that they already own. As I said, they are not housing developers. They are in the business of thought leadership and music exploration. And so that's just an important thing to keep in mind. And it is part of why we believe the housing credits program is appropriate. Which I'll get into here in a moment or two. So in terms of the neighborhood context, as we said, the area in blue here is the academic zoning. All development is limited to the academic zone district. And that's really important because the academic zone district anticipates this type of project occurring in terms of the purpose statement and permitted uses and things like that. There were a couple of questions in the last meeting about why we might not have looked at some of these areas that are in multifamily zoning surrounding the campus and some of the vacant lots. And the answer is that these are not under ownership from any of the partners. These are privately held parcels not available for development for the project. And so really focused again on the parcels and the areas that these organizations own and can be connected in terms of trails, transportation, et cetera. So I mentioned the academic zone district. I think it's really important to kind of ground the conversation in the academic zone district purpose statement. It is to establish lands for education and cultural activities with attendant research, housing, and administrative facilities. So when we talk about academic housing, it is very much in the spirit of and the anticipated uses of the academic zone district. There's a conditional use that allows boarding house or dormitory for housing students and faculty of schools and other academic institutions. So when you look at the proposal broadly, each of these organizations is meeting the purpose statement as well as that anticipated use. And in particular, the Aspen Center for Physics proposal is very consistent with the idea of housing students, faculty, and academics. That is the heart of the proposal. And we really looked to what does the academic zone district say when we were contemplating this project. Additionally, each organization is requesting deed-restricted housing through the plan development process to house employees and going through the PD process that allows additional uses and some flexibility for uses. So we're trying to follow all of the parameters within in the code to move forward with the academic housing and employee housing. There were a number of questions related to the deed restrictions, and so we wanted to talk a little bit about the deed restriction framework. Typically, a project at this stage would not have gone so far as to draft deed restrictions with APCHA. We have really tried to go above and beyond to make sure that the city, that APCHA are really clearly understanding what we are proposing and that it is within the framework of the guidelines that APCHA has set forth. So we have proposed specific minimum rental periods for each partner. We talked about this a little bit last time. 3-month minimal rental period for both Aspen Institute and Aspen Music Festival and School. It's consistent with what is contemplated and allowed within the APCHA guidelines, particularly related to rental units and employer-owned units. There's a 1 to 5 week typical rental period for Aspen Center for Physics participants for the academic use, again, anticipated within the APCHA guidelines. All of the requirements that we've identified in those draft deed restrictions and included in the ordinance match those APCHA requirements. So we worked really closely to make sure that we're following both the spirit and the letter of what is required for deed restriction. We've heard a lot about how this is a short-term rental project dressed in affordable housing clothing. That's not the case. These are not short-term rentals. These are deed restricted for academics, for faculty, for employees, and they are not available to the general public in the way that an STR is available. All of the units will be owned by the partners and only rented to qualified tenants under those deed restrictions. Again, we've provided this draft. We're still waiting on some comments back from the APCHA attorney, but we are continuing to be in conversation to make sure that we are following all of the necessary requirements related to the deed restriction and the APCHA guidelines. So really importantly, page 18 of the APCHA guidelines talks about special rental units, and within that section are seasonal rental units and employer-owned units. And this is just a few statements from the guidelines that really talk about seasonal rentals are properties that include but are not limited to some of the existing seasonal rental units. It talks about how does a seasonal worker qualify for APCHA housing, APCHA deed restricted housing. And so all of these things are included in that deed restriction framework, in those draft deed restrictions and in the ordinances to make sure that we are complying with the guidelines. And these are not free market units. They are not short-term rentals. These are deed restricted housing for program participants and employees. There were some questions about the minimum lease term. And we wanted to share a little bit more information about why we have the proposed minimum lease terms that we do. So you can see here, this is tracking of employee housing needs for the Aspen Institute. And you can see the spike that happens in the summer. And so having availability for summer employees to use these units is really important. And so the 3-month minimum lease term is a critical aspect for the Aspen Institute. Similarly, the 3-month minimum rental term is critical for the Aspen Music Festival and School. You can see a similar jump in the number of employees that are part of the Music Festival and School during the summer. For the Aspen Center for Physics, there is programming typically 35 weeks out of the year. So a majority of the year, there is programming, and these units will be used to house those program participants, the academic participants, again, consistent with what is anticipated and contemplated in the zone district. This is how the Aspen Center for Physics has operated for more than 50 years. They are not proposing to increase programming. They've in fact included as part of their transportation commitments that they are not increasing programming as part of this project. This is truly about housing their participants and enabling the flexibility in terms of unit styles and how folks might use those units to ensure that a broad spectrum of academics can participate in the programming, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. So that's a little bit about the deed restrictions. Again, we're trying to be really clear. We're happy to answer any other questions that you might have about the deed restrictions, but really trying to be clear about what we are proposing. There were some questions about the housing credits that are requested by the Aspen Institute and the Aspen Music Festival and School. So really quickly, this is a unique program to the city of Aspen. Really no other community has established this program. And it is intended to encourage the private sector to develop affordable housing. And that is exactly what this project is. They are able to be created by units that are not required for mitigation. So the housing credits can only be established from affordable housing that is created on a voluntary basis, which is what this project is, designated at any category with established cash in lieu rates, and so that is any category unit. It currently does not include RO units. And it's created by an entity that is not APCHA or any other organization that receives public funds for the purposes of building affordable housing. This project meets that requirement. And so it's really important to know and understand that the Aspen Institute and the Aspen Music Festival and School are not requesting credits for every single unit because they understand that there are specific parameters that are required to be met for housing credits. And so they will meet all of those requirements for the units that they get credit for. So the Aspen Institute is anticipating requesting 14.75 FTEs, and Aspen Music Festival and School up to 21 FTEs.
And those will be rented year-round to a single employee?
They would meet the requirements of APCHA and the program. And so they are full-time employees.
Full-time, year-round leases? Or are they the 3-month leases you were talking about before?
We would anticipate that it is the year-round, and that the units that are the 3-month would not qualify for credits. We understand that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yep. And no credits requested for the Aspen Center for Physics because those are not year-round employees. It is for academics.
One other question on your previous slide. As you, the one right before that.
Yeah.
Isn't there a difference between the private sector and the nonprofit sector? This code was written to encourage the private sector and private developers, as we heard from Peter Fornell at the last meeting, and you're really representing the nonprofit sector.
And I would defer to staff on kind of answering some of those specifics, but the code says it's created by an entity that's not APCHA or any other organization that receives public funds for the purpose of building affordable housing. That is not what these organizations are. They do not kind of meet that definition. So.
Thank you. Ben, would you like to?
Yeah, there was as I understand it, and this was, I think the credits program was adopted in 2012 before my time with the city, but I've followed the program really closely and have contemplated code changes to give a little bit of clarification to this, but I think Jessica frames the issue correctly. I think there was time at the formation of the program that to not have entities that were receiving public funds specifically for the purposes of developing affordable housing be in competition with private sector developers. And so that I think there's concern about, as I understand the discussion, a concern about stacking of revenue streams for entities, and I'm just going to name them, like the Aspen Valley Health or the school district, who have gone out and use either taxpayer dollars or bonding mechanisms to sort of fund their affordable housing for their purposes. I do think that nonprofits are in a different category. I do think that there's some language within our current code that I don't think undermines what Jessica just said, but there's words like quasi-governmental and those kinds of things that I don't think sort of apply here, but I do think that there was concern at the time of the creation of the program that there would not be particularly other public entities that would be competing in the credits market with private sector developers.
Thank you. Please continue.
Great. And it's part of why we wanted to couple this as kind of one request rather than coming back at another time to talk through credits. We want to just be really
upfront that this is kind of part of what Aspen Institute and Aspen Music Festival and School are requesting. We wanted to talk a little bit more about transportation. There were a lot of questions about transportation and parking. So just wanted to run through some of those pieces. So in terms of an overall perspective, we're really focused on broad spectrum of transportation mitigation and making sure that we are meeting the code requirements. So we've completed the required TIA. We've also gone above and beyond and completed additional traffic analysis with the Jacobs additional study that we included in the last packet. And really also making sure that we are thinking critically about what parking is really needed for these organizations and the folks who will be living in these units. Because this is not a project that is about new events. There is not a proposal to change events for any of these organizations. This is about housing. And so making sure that we are right-sizing both transportation improvements and parking improvements for the housing that is proposed. The other thing that's really important is the city's own land use code linked parking and transportation together as part of some code amendments in about 2016, 2017. And it talks very specifically about the goal to shift people away from always using cars and instead walking, biking, and using transit. And so the purpose statements within the transportation and parking chapter are very specific about to the extent that increased travel demand can shift away from automobile dependence, development and growth can be compatible with and even support some of the goals that are within the code and the Aspen Area Community Plan. These includes things like walkable development patterns, more efficient parking systems, provision of public and development-based mobility resources. And so using those ideas that are within the city's code, we've crafted a robust and comprehensive transportation and parking management plan, really leaning into opportunities for multimodal transportation improvements. But we also know that parking is important. It has come up quite a bit, and so we wanted to just have one slide that is the kind of the snapshot of parking. And so there's expanded underground parking garage that is included at the Aspen Institute, as well as some surface parking spaces. We're proposing new parking spaces at Aspen Center for Physics for the housing units along North Street, and the new parking for the residential units at the Aspen Music Festival and School. We have a new curb cut proposed at Gillespie and 4th, and then the 3 proposed curb cuts at North Street for the residential units. And that results in a total of 10 parking spaces removed from a combination of North Street and Gillespie. But a total add of 46 parking spaces on these sites combined, and maintaining all of the existing parking that's at the Aspen Institute, all the existing parking that's at the Aspen Center for Physics, and all of the existing parking at the Aspen Music Festival and School. So net add of on-street parking.
And so where, do you have a pointer on your little thing you can show us? Where are the removed parking places?
Yeah, and we have some slides that go into more detail here, but it's related to the curb cuts that occur for these 3 units and the garages here in order to enable the on-site parking for the housing units. And then there's a few spaces that are removed here related to the new access point at 4th Street.
Thank you.
Yep. The other piece that is important is thinking about kind of multimodal and how do people get around, and so adding additional trail easements and sidewalks through the site. Snapshot for each project, and again, we were required to go through transportation impact analysis. We have done that. For the Aspen Institute,
There are a total of an estimated 18.7 trips generated. 33.72 are mitigated through improvements like crosswalks, expanded we-cycle stations, commitments to sidewalk infrastructure, additional proposed trail easement for the cut-through trail at the racetrack. For the Aspen Music Festival and School, an estimated 11.6 peak trips generated, and we're estimated to mitigate 65.28 trips. That is through extensive sidewalk infrastructure, an updated bus stop, really to modernize that space, make sure it's ADA compliant, have all of the amenities that are anticipated and really required now at new transit stops, as well as extensive expanded we-cycle opportunities and stations. And then for the Aspen Center for Physics, an estimated 30.3 trips generated by the housing, and we're mitigating an estimated 40.1. And so providing more mitigation on all three sites compared to what is estimated and required in the city's transportation impact analysis. The other thing that's really important, particularly for the Aspen Center for Physics, is a real ethos around not driving. And so rather than doing the easy check the box, we're going to write the city a check for cash in lieu on parking, we want to lean into and be very clear about the various multimodal improvements that are ongoing, will remain, and then new multimodal improvements that will occur here. So there's an existing 150 bike fleet that is available for all participants at the Aspen Center for Physics. Once you get to site, you can use those bikes. You can use those bikes to go to your residence if you are staying elsewhere within the city. As we've talked about in the last meeting, so many of the Aspen Center for Physics participants now have to come in from Snowmass. They are more likely to drive their car from Snowmass than if they were housed in the city or on site. And so that fleet will be maintained. It will be updated so that those bikes include some baskets and things like that to be even more useful for folks. We are adding extensive bike repair facilities, so making sure that folks, if they were to bring their own bike, would be able to have repair opportunity. We've added 2 EV parking spaces. These are dedicated EV cars with dedicated parking spaces so that anyone who is staying on campus does not need to bring a car. They have access to the bikes and they have access to these parking opportunities.
Sorry, someone needs to show Harry how to get in the building. He's got to go all the way down.
Oh.
Okay.
Thank you.
Someone help him out. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's great. And then again, we know that parking was important, and so we've added 2 parking spaces for each of the buildings that are within North Street. Rather than adding additional parking within the site itself, really focusing on those multimodal improvements. Hi. There you go. So what does this really mean? What are the other pieces that are part of this overall transportation plan with the Physics Center? So adding new electric bikes. We have that 150 bike fleet that exists today. Pedestrian improvements. We're also proposing tenant limitations so that if you are staying on campus, you do not need to bring a car, and we'll provide information about not providing a car, not bringing that with you. Having that in program materials. Updated signage and enforcement within the existing parking facility to make sure that those are parking lot, to make sure that the lot is used as required. The Aspen Center for Physics is also committed to more monitoring and a longer reporting period than any other project has committed to in the city of Aspen. The Transportation Impact Analysis Guidelines require a reporting period of 5 years max. We're proposing 7 in order to really show that we are committed to multimodal improvements and use, and we're going to have reporting for a longer period of time to really show that we mean what we say. And then I've said it before, but there are no program changes that are proposed. So the programs that exist today, those would maintain in the future, so no extensions. The Aspen Center for Physics did a transportation study at the end of the summer season last year, just to understand what were the existing patterns of use in terms of car versus biking and walking, and if housing was developed on site, how might that change behaviors. 91% of the folks who completed that survey said they would go car-free if they had housing on site. They would not need a car. They would be able to get to the site very easily through bus, shuttle, and then be able to walk and bike around. 92% said they never parked on the streets. 58% never parked in the 20 parking space lot. 43% attended without a car total. So there is a real focus on multimodal from the existing participants and the participants into the future. This is just an example, a 50-person program in the fall. There were a total of 3 cars parked. So you can see all of the participants that were able to get to the site by walking and biking. They were able to do that because they were housed at primarily on the Meadows campus. They were close by, just in the same way this housing project would be close by, right next door to the facilities. They don't need to be driving in. And so you see that kind of playing out now, and it would play out into the future. So again, overall, we are mitigating 78.5 more trips than are generated by this housing project, and really are committed to the multimodal improvements that we've talked about. Related, were a number of questions related to 4th Street access and the West End traffic study. So wanted to talk a little bit about first the 4th Street entrance. The City of Aspen has specific requirements related to streets and intersections, and this is a snapshot of those requirements. This proposed access point meets all of those requirements. We have not received any comments from the engineering department indicating that we needed to find a different access location and access infrastructure. The comments that we received through the DRC process were that we needed to make sure that there was a crosswalk to connect the 4th Street pedway up into the site. And so we've included that, and we would include signage as they've required. But this access point meets the city requirements. There were some additional questions on the West End traffic study. Our team has worked with Jacobs Engineering for the past few years, and they completed our TIA. That's also the group that is working with the city on the West End traffic study, and so there's some synergy there, which is really exciting. The West End traffic study is focused on contributors to congestion and noise during peak traffic times. So that includes east-west PM peak traffic, potential for a new pedestrian walkway, the truck use on Power Plant Road, traffic noise, potential signal timing changes on the state highway, and then eliminating cut-through traffic from Mill to Bleecker. And so it's really focused on that cut-through, the east-west. The access point for 4th Street is really not related to the study. While there's some synergies there, this is kind of about north-south access, and again, the programming is not changing as part of this project, and so you should be thinking about it from the perspective of impacts from the housing. Wanted to share just kind of what is the overall traffic flow and parking situation within the West End. There's a kind of more detailed maps and analysis that were included in our Jacobs study that were in the packet for the last meeting, but kind of, I think, helpful to run through this. So this shows where street parking is allowed right now. And so on 4th Street, There is no street parking allowed because it has the painted pedestrian way. There's also a mix within North Street and Gillespie of where parking is allowed. So on the south side of both North Street and on Gillespie, there's no parking allowed, but on the north side of those streets, there is parking allowed. Right now, this is the travel path of the Crosstown Shuttle. So the Crosstown Shuttle comes from Ruby Park, and it actually turns and it drives up 4th Street. Then you turn on Gillespie, up 3rd, and then into the parking lot and the bus area, and then it leaves at 5th Street. That's not proposed to change as part of our project. Then this is the Aspen Music Festival and School bus that occurs during the summer months. That bus moves up 3rd Street, so it's not moving up 4th Street, moves up 3rd into the parking lot and the bus facility, and then out 5th. So again, that would remain the same as part of this project. Even with kind of a 4th Street access point, Jacobs anticipates, and is included in their analysis, that 3rd Street and 5th Street are going to continue to be some of the most convenient approaches to the Aspen Music Festival programming or Aspen Institute programming when there's programming on site, because there is parking allowed on both sides of the street. And so kind of that is anticipated to continue as we move forward. So there have been a lot of public comments and some letters from attorneys that are talking about the differences between 4th Street and 5th Street and 3rd Street. And so we wanted to just touch a little bit on those pieces. So it is true, 3rd Street and 5th Street are wider than 4th Street. Parking is permitted on 3rd and 5th, and that is why they are wider. There is parking that is allowed, and they can still allow for two-way traffic. On 4th Street, there is a walkway that is painted, and so there's not space for parking there. And so that is really some of the kind of just geometric difference is related to the parking, and that's unchanged as part of our proposal. There's also some comments about not completing required studies or analysis. And again, we've completed and met all of the city requirements related to parking analysis, trip analysis, transportation impact analysis, and gone above and beyond that. So part of the above and beyond, Jacobs did complete a conflict modeling related to pedestrians and cars. So that included pedestrian accident history, walking patterns. The 5-year accident history and vehicle speeds are very low, and there are kind of minimal conflicts. It does not mean that they do not exist, but they're relatively small. And the walking patterns reflect where people park, and so that is occurring on 3rd and 5th, which is anticipated to continue to be the case even with a changed access point into the music festival parking area. And so that's something that we think is a really important factor.
Can you go back to your slide that had the street grid and the bus lines? Yeah, can you show me where will all the 257 cars come in and exit?
Absolutely.
And you showed us the bus lines.
Yeah, so the access point is right here, as well as on 5th. So two-way traffic can go into...
Is there two-way traffic into or out of the parking lot?
Yeah, so it's two-way traffic into and out of at 4th Street and at 5th Street. At 3rd, that is anticipated. We're open to additional conversation. It can accommodate two-way traffic, but that this would be only for bus and transit use and the housing residents accessing their parking. And so folks would come up 3rd Street, turn on Gillespie, and make a right-hand turn into the parking lot at either 4th or at 5th. That's, we think, going to be the most likely path. They could come up 4th Street and go straight in, or turn left and go in on 5th. They could come up 5th Street and go straight in, or turn right and then go in at 4th Street. Today, there are 2 access points on 3rd, one for a bus, one for cars. And so it's that access point that changes from here on 3rd down to 4th and Gillespie.
Great, thank you.
The other important piece about these access points is making sure that there's proper emergency access and ways for emergency vehicles and fire vehicles to get in. And so that has been part of our thought process and coordination on the project. And so you can see that kind of required fire truck access that occurs with all 3 of the parcels. For North Street parking and trail, so this is specific to the Aspen Center for Physics, we wanted to share just some additional information on this. So this is the proposed trail alignment within the right-of-way, and we've done that very specifically because we wanted to create a similar trail experience that exists today versus being right up against the parking and the street, or right up against the units. And so a location within the right-of-way allows the path to meander through the existing kind of soft surface area, the gravel and grass and the trees, and have a really similar experience to what exists today. We are able to put it on our property if that is preferred. It does, however, go across some of the largest areas in terms of those curb cuts for the parking. Again, trying to balance the need for parking and the desire for a positive trail experience. And so we really believe that the trail location on the right-of-way with a good setback from both the building and the street parking is best. But again, open to the kind of continued conversation there. The other comments and questions have been related to some of the parking spaces. And so this is the kind of preferred alternative from our perspective related to parking and access points into these units. And so there's about 10 existing parking spaces on the street. And with this proposal, there would be about 6 parking spaces on the street. The reason for that is a more generous bulb out for pedestrians, again, trying to create a really good experience for folks who are walking through and using the trail. We can, however, remove those bulb outs, right, and stripe this for additional parking. So this would maintain 9 parking spaces and result in only a reduction of 1 parking space. There's also an opportunity to have more parking spaces on 6th Street. Parking does not occur right now on 6th Street, but you could fit about 5 parking spaces on 6th Street. Adding this parking would require removal of additional trees. So again, it's kind of a trade-off, and that's what we've been trying to balance throughout the design process. There's an additional alternative where you could add even more parking spaces through head-in parking. We don't think this is a great solution, but again, if street parking was something that you really wanted to focus on, this would allow up to maybe 20 parking spaces if you did a head-in configuration. And we don't think that's the best solution, but that is an option that we could continue to explore with the engineering department if you are interested. And then this just shows what on-street parking might look like along 6th. So our final section, we wanted to talk about sustainability and design, and I'm really glad to have Harry here to talk through some of the ideas behind design. Before I turn it over to Harry, I wanted to highlight we're required by the land use code to meet the residential design standards. And we have done that with this project. Some of the key ideas related to residential design include a good connection to the street, making sure there is a clear entryway access point to the front door, that there are porches, that garages are set back. And so we've really designed with both the concept of neighborhood character, the campus character, and the residential design guidelines in mind. There were some questions at the last meeting related to fewer larger buildings versus more smaller buildings. And we wanted to highlight a key change that the Aspen Music Festival and School actually made through the process. On the left, you can see the original application that we submitted to the city, but we got a lot of comments from neighbors that those buildings felt out of scale and out of character with the West End neighborhood. And we had neighbors ask us to take another look at what it might look like to have more but smaller buildings. And ultimately, that is what is now included within the application. And so you can see here, this is just a view of, from Gillespie, of the original kind of consolidated buildings on top and the fewer smaller buildings on the bottom, or more smaller buildings on the bottom. Again, we think that that really fits in much more cohesively with the West End character. And that's why the Music Festival and School made that adjustment. And then this is what the proposal looks like as viewed from kind of the 4th Street as well as from Gillespie. Then we wanted to talk a little bit about the Aspen Center for Physics. I know there are a lot of questions about why these units on North Street? What is the purpose of a 3-bedroom unit? Why a dormitory unit? What is the purpose of that? And so, again, thinking about academic housing and the different types of academics who will be coming here, who do come here, having a diversity of unit types ensures that a broad spectrum of physicists, of scientists, of mathematicians can come and be here and participate in the programming and enrich our community and enrich the global community with the thought leadership that they're able to have in being here on this campus. The 3-bedroom units that are on North Street are a really critical part of the proposal. And one of the main reasons is that it enables younger physicists, particularly female physicists, to come and participate in the programming on campus. Young mothers have a hard time leaving their children. They are breastfeeding. They need to be with their mother. And so these types of units provide that really important flexibility and opportunity for young women physicists and scientists. And so that's a key aspect of this. The other piece is that there's a mix of types of folks who are becoming here, young physicists as well as all the way up to maybe a Nobel laureate. And so different types of units that might meet those different needs. So I want to turn it to Harry to run through just some of the kind of design ideas around
Jessica, I'm just going to mention that John Doyle has been able to rejoin us. He will be able to vote on this matter if he reviews the full videotapes that we've been taking of all your presentations. So just to be clear on that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks. Can I stay on this slide?
Hi. Yeah.
Great.
And you got a green light on? There you go.
There I am.
There you go.
Green light. No trouble hearing me, I'm sure. Thank you for giving me a chance to talk about design. As architects, and especially me, including our team, Megan and Brian from 2757, but me especially, I have a long relationship with the Meadows, as you probably know, designed a lot of the buildings, et cetera, and especially with the Center for Physics, and feel quite passionately about dealing with a design problem that relates to their needs, et cetera, and one that I believe totally supports them and, of course, the Aspen community as a whole. I think we've come up with a design that is realistic and reasonable and affordable at the same time, and it's not an easy problem to resolve. And luckily, we've had terrific cooperation with our staff and the scientists and whatnot that are actually have this need. To explain the design thoroughly, we may have to start with the problem that we're solving: who, what, and how. The who's, Jennifer's already. Jessica, I'm sorry, has already described the variety of people that we're housing, and to really understand this, you have to realize that some of these are just recent graduate school students with very little income at this point in the field of physics. It's quite academic, and running through more postdocs, PhDs, and then faculty members and chairs of departments of physics in places like Harvard and Yale, who actually have a fairly decent and secure income. And then, of course, you have preeminent scientists like Stephen Hawking and major physicists, Murray Gell-Mann, who used to live here, et cetera, who are really, major figures nationally, et cetera. So it's a big range. The next thing to understand is what they're doing here, and I think this is really it's integral into our design solution. The job of doing physics is basically thinking and communicating. And the reason the center was established was, in fact, to facilitate conversation. I think there's some impression that this is some convention center, et cetera, for professionals who can relax and enjoy Aspen. And certainly that's part of it. They're going to enjoy the amenities of Aspen. But they're really, this particular group, and I really emphasize this, are here to work. And they work. I can speak firsthand. I have a son-in-law who is one of them, and 24/7, much to the frustration of his spouse. So they come here to work, and pretty much everything else is secondary. And what kind of work that is? It's thinking, which requires serenity, as we've heard, the circle of serenity, but a serene place to sit and think, and that is indoors and outdoors. This is really important. So the configuration of these buildings, a lot of this is in a way to kind of create that zone where they can have that that special kind of conversation or thinking with themselves. The other part of their well, let's see. I said there are two kinds of work. There is some presentation. There are places where they make presentations and so on. But by and large, this is an interaction between the physicists in all sorts of ways. And everything that we have done, including this new housing, is to enhance and nurture that activity. That's very important. When they're done doing this, the gathering of these physicists at any given time is probably the most important gathering of scientists anywhere when it's actually happening. There are as many as 40 Nobel laureates involved with the center over time, et cetera. And it's not stuff I could explain to you, I'm afraid. What's actually come out of this, it's pretty technical, but they do make a great attempt, as you know, to engage the community with lectures that explain what they're doing. They have also done things like start the Aspen Science Center, which is a program that reaches about 3,000 children with hands-on science experience. That was pivotal and came out of the Center for Physics, and many other science-related activities that they do, not necessarily on the site, but all over the valley. Let's see. So to get into the design, we've divided it up into 3 basic types. These units, which are somewhat analogous, and I have a red dot. Okay. Well, I'm never going to do this. I'm going to let you do it. Anyway, basically, these are 3-bedroom units, and the buildings are very simple, but they do have wonderful bedrooms in the corners. Every single bedroom here has the opportunity for corner windows as opposed to just windows on one side to make them attractive. They have bathrooms. They have collective, a living room with a kitchenette, et cetera, so they can provide their own food and whatnot. And each one, in a way, has a rather lovely view, and they're arranged on the campus in such a way that the views out of these windows look in between the adjacent units, et cetera. So they're really quite pleasant. They're pretty modest in size. We had to accommodate the APCHA requirements for size, even though these are rather different kind of occupant than most APCHA users, but that they do correspond to that. There's a balcony, et cetera. Okay, let's go. And then the next type would be a dormitory type. And I realized that, the zoning and the people that wrote the zoning back when they actually wrote it anticipated there would be the need to house participants, but describing the actual type. So this would be considered the dormitory because, in fact, these rooms do not have individual bathrooms, and but they do have a collective living room and a collective kitchen, and they have, amenities that are suitable and so on. You could imagine a recent graduate student staying in something like this.
And they do have their own bathrooms. They don't have their own kitchen or living room.
Right, I'm sorry, yep.
And I'll add also that these common facilities in terms of laundry, kitchen, dining, are available to all of the units as well.
I was looking at the offices downstairs when I said they don't have bathrooms. Yeah. So, that building is replacing the current building that has offices there. Again, the number of offices is quite critical in here, and each office holds 2 physicists. It's intentional that they get paired up with one another, again, for that conversation. But the numbers of offices is not increasing. It's exactly the same as it was before. It's not, the program and the number of participants is not increasing. And then these are the ones, the 3 units that face on North Street, and they are more like a residence. They're not monstrous and in size, et cetera. They're modest residents and very attractive, and they happen to have stairways that go up and look through a window at the North Star so that physicists can relate themselves to where the hell they are on the planet when they're going upstairs to bed. And let's see, there is a ADU connected to those, so that gives us even more flexibility. It can be connected to the unit if necessary, or become its own and a separate residence if that's necessary.
From a sustainability perspective, across the projects, but I think you can see it here, just anticipation for solar and thinking about sustainability and how we're contemplating the units.
The other thing I would mention is it's been brought up about which way they're facing and should the balconies and porches be facing inward or outward. And in this case, these are responding to the Aspen West End design guidelines, and in fact have porches on that side. And the kind of people that are going to stay in here are going to have a chair to do some reading on that porch. They're not going to be bringing lots of equipment or stashing it for long periods of time, which is sort of a normal reaction to affordable housing and stuff. They also shade the windows for an energy standpoint. One of the uses of energy in buildings now in Aspen is getting about 50-50 for cooling as well as heating, and these buildings should not require that kind of cooling.
Jessica, we've been going for about an hour and 20 minutes,
Yeah.
and I really want to get to public comment
Yeah,
before
thank you.
our normal dinner break.
I know I was being
We're not going to
long-winded,
get at
but yeah.
7 o'clock. So,
Yep, and that is actually the conclusion. I think that maybe the one piece that I want to highlight, because Councilman Doyle, I don't know if you were here when I mentioned it, we really did hear some of the comments related to vested rights, and all the partners are comfortable moving forward 5 years instead of 10 years. And otherwise, we've just gone through a question. So thank you, and we're happy to answer any additional questions.
well,
that you
what we're
might
going to do is take the public comment, then we're going to take a dinner break, then we're going to come back to give our comments to you, the applicants. And we'll try to go through this relatively quickly. If you've spoken before at the first meeting, I will give you a 2-minute time frame. If you were missed because you had to leave at the last meeting, then I will give you the full 3 minutes that people had at the prior meeting. And let's see, we have some new sign-ups that have happened. If anybody would like to sign up who has not signed up, we will send this back out. Can you pass that down to Nicole to let some more people sign up? The first name here is Sam Hayes. Sam, are you still here?
Golden Horn.
No, I think Sam has left. Okay, Val Stevenson.
And I did speak last time, so I'm 2 minutes.
Okay, well, we just don't want another hour and a half.
No,
And we've gotten all the letters. We've been reading them carefully, I swear. Okay.
I hate writing.
Just identify yourself for the record. And
Val Stevenson, and I live in the West End, 610 West Spungler. And I'd say one of the biggest issues that we do have, that probably most of you agree with, is traffic and affordable housing. And I do see where this is a great opportunity to have affordable housing east of the roundabout so that we can cut down traffic. And it's great that nonprofits want to put money into doing that. Where I really see the benefit is like with the music school and the Institute. They do have people that are commuting from way down valley, and they're doing it for a good chunk of the year. And if you can house them where they can be right there, I think that's great. And they're also looking at 13 units each. Where I'm really struggling, and I have nothing against physicists, I met many of the physicists, and I think they're wonderful and lovely people. It's 34 units, and 3 of them look like houses. And, if you want to build a dorm, then I would say go ahead and do that. But I know like a nursing mom or something, I think you could still probably adjust to a dorm instead of building 3 houses on North Street. And I just think that it sounds like their longest distance of commute has been from Snowmass. And they're doing it a couple weeks out of a year compared to people that work here year-round and have to come down Valley. It just seems like that's not a good use of the resources for people that aren't here as regular residents to put that much in. So that's just would like you to consider the physics side of it, of some adjustments to it before you go on to approve, if you approve.
thank you for that, Val. Appreciate it. Gloria I can't really read your last name very well. Somebody kind of wrote over it a little bit, but Gloria?
Gloria, yes.
Okay.
Hi.
And what was your last name?
Crystal.
Crystal, okay, thank you.
I want to preface my commentary with how different this meeting is than the P&Z meetings I've attended. This meeting is respectful and professional, so thank you. No one's eating and putting their feet up on the desk. I've gone to 2 P&Z meetings, and this is my first city council meeting. I already sent the P&Z committee an email that I believe there are nefarious characters on that committee. To be specific, I mentioned that I believe there are members on that committee who are on the take. Could be 1, 2, or all. I have no idea. This is my first foray into small-town politics. So I'm thinking, would the government of Aspen be 100% above board while the national government is rife with criminals in their realm? I'm not accusing anyone here because I don't know anyone here and you don't know me. However, the idea that this incomprehensible, monumental construction project is valid is ridiculous. All the information that just part of the Aspen public has received is one-sided, provided by these institutes. I ask that the city of Aspen does their own projections. I ask that the city, also the council ultimately puts this to a vote when the time comes to the taxpayers of Aspen, as this absurd proposal affects every person, visitor, homeowner, and business. And by the way, I live on the corner of 6th and Gillespie. 2 trucks cannot pass on that turn. So 2 trash trucks cannot do it. I even took a picture and I sent it to the P&Z committee. There was a massive unloading of a vehicle, so that stops one way of traffic. There's no loading zone, so they're all just going to stop in the street, and everybody's just going to. When I saw that picture of 3 people in the parking lot, 3 cars in the parking lot, I have taken a lot of videos, a lot of pictures, and I'm going to take more, and I'm going to show you when I come again. That is laughable. And I just want to say I adore the institutes. I just think this particular project is not well thought out, and it's only coming from one side, not from anybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We're not going to have cheering and clapping, and we want to have a respectful meeting, as was said, but thank you. Colleen Collins, is Colleen here?
No, she left.
Okay, Colleen may have left. Curtis Sanders.
Evening.
Evening.
Sorry to be between you all and dinner.
No, that's okay.
So I am here, I'm an attorney here in town. I represent Bear Alley LLC. And Bear Alley owns the property at 775 Meadows Road. That would be the last house on the left before you get to the Meadows Restaurant and reception area. So Bear Alley has owned the property since 1974. And so the comments that I bring are based upon the owner's firsthand experience with that specific location. And their comments relate to really just specific concerns with respect to the Institute's, the location of the Institute's proposed housing, which is, would be the space immediately south of the tennis courts. So per the application, what's intended for that spot is a new 2-story building, 13 units, 26 beds. And that new building, based upon the site plan that was with the application, looks like it's within about 10 feet of Meadows Road and less than 10 feet from the rear of the property, which is bounded by what's called Amy's Meadow.
We did receive your letter.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm going to just reiterate quickly some of the points in my letter, and again, I'll let you all go on to dinner. Four comments really to be made. First, Again, Amy's Meadow it's not a park. It's a dedicated open space that's subject to a conservation easement. The conservation easement is administered by the Aspen Valley Land Trust. It's an amenity to all the homes on Meadow Road. It's an amenity to people that are traveling on Meadows Road. It's an amenity to the campus. And naturally, the concern is the physical proximity of the proposed new structure to that open space. Again, per the site plan, the structure will sit in a corner, so therefore it will be within a few feet of two sides of the open space. And the concerns are light, sound, cars, human activity going on in that building, in that particular location in such close proximity to the Amy's Meadow space. The second concern is with respect to the parking in that area right outside the tennis courts. As anyone that utilizes the Meadows or the Door Hosier Center knows, that's an overflow parking spot. And it's either people that can't park in the parking garage or don't want to park in the parking garage. It's extremely congested, sometimes on both sides of the street. And from time to time, the Institute will use that as a staging area for special events. So you'll have refrigerator trucks parked there for a few days, running the refrigerators all the time. And it's just a very tight, congested location. And I understand that the application contemplates additional off-street parking, but the concern from Bear Alley is regardless, there is going to be additional parking, congestion, traffic, turning in, turning out that's going to go on in that location. The third concern is to point out that this area of Meadows Road, as you get close to the Institute, that was relocated in 1991, and it was primarily done, it was done to create the public trail that's to the west, and it was also done, and again, the Bear Alley owners participated in this, it was done to sort of alleviate that Meadows Road traffic on those homeowners. And so the Meadows Road was shifted to the east, away from the homes, and it's been a great benefit. But the concern is that's going to be undermined by what's proposed right now with the housing and the parking. The last comment, real quick, is across the street from the tennis courts is Lot 6 of the PUD. That was approved as affordable housing in 1992, and it was sold for $3 million to a private developer. And it's unfortunate that this particular location is now the affordable housing site when there are other sites that were passed over in the past, and in particular, the Lot 6 site, which was going to be the tennis court housing.
Thank you for that. Again, we did receive your letter, and I think the applicants made a point of discussing the lots that were gone for a little bit. So thank you.
Appreciate it.
Loyal Duran? Loyal?
My name is Loyal Durand. I am here in two aspects, partly connected with the Physics Center. Can you press that button in front of you?
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I've been involved with the Physics Center since it started 1962. I was here the first day it was open, and I continue at present as an honorary trustee many years later. I am also a neighbor. I live on Pearl Court, 2.5 blocks from the Physics Center and a half block from the music parking lot. In the early days of the Physics Center, housing was no problem. First 10 years it was here. I stayed in 6 different houses in the West End and 1 a block from downtown. Housing was not our concern. That has changed. Housing is now an almost existential threat to the programs that we have. We have people now housed not in Aspen, but in Snowmass. It's inconvenient. I have been in conversations over this past summer in which people have suddenly had to leave to catch a bus to Snowmass. It is not at all what we would like. We would like our participants to be there at the center most of the time, able to talk to each other. That's the whole point. I strongly support the 2 projects in my immediate neighborhood, as physics and the music housing project. Both, I think, will be great benefits to the organizations involved. There will be some changes in the neighborhood, but I don't think the changes are really that significant. The music parking lot project actually expands, as I understand it, the amount of parking there and rationalizes the access to music. The Physics Center we've heard a lot about. I won't discuss that, but I think that that housing is critical for the future of our program. I would comment if you want my notes there. Oh yes, that was the other thing I wanted to comment on, was the discussion of the trail easement, which is something I've had a long connection with. When our most recent building was built in the late 90s, we had to move the trail through the property to connect up with the existing trails.
Hey, please finish. Your 3 minutes are just about up.
Okay, that's fine. My connection to the new trail was that I was in charge of our buildings and grounds activities at the time. I was in there pulling barbed wire and fence posts out of that area so the trail could go through. I use the trail some. I walk in that area a lot. I found that it is actually much easier to walk on North Street, and the trails back to the horse track, etc., connect to North Street. The easement, I think, can be shifted, or it can be...
We have a lot of other people waiting.
Okay.
I've got to hold to 3 minutes, or everyone's going to go for 5. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Thank you.
I would ask if you had any questions. I know you're busy.
Let's see, we have probably a dozen people who are online who are going to want to comment as well, looking at that screen. But we're going to try to continue through those in the room here first. Troy Meyer? Troy?
Thank you. The green light's on, so
yes,
that's good. All right, thank you. My name is Troy Mashmeyer. I'm speaking on behalf of my wife Debbie and I, and our neighbors directly across the street, John and Dan Norwood, and Jeff and Debbie Wexler. So our address is 619 North 4th Street, which puts us about 1 block from the Institute. I was here during planning and zoning, sat through the meetings. Respectfully, a lot of the facts that they have proposed, the Institute, are faulty. I hope you look into that. One of them, I can tell you, that was discussed earlier about North 4th Street. It's not 11 feet, two ways. I measured it at about 5 o'clock today. There's 2 lines for the bike lanes, and when you measure that to the edge of the road, it's 17 feet. I'd be happy to have anyone join me to measure that. 3rd and 5th Street are 34 feet, but there's traffic understandably on all the streets. I think our main concern is life safety. You have the bike lanes on 4th Street. For anyone that has been in the West End during the summer, the traffic, I understand, if I'm correct, I understand there's the town has initiated a traffic study, which I think, if that's correct, is great. That probably should have been done before. I know they say they've met what the town required, but the traffic study, and it should be done not during shoulder seasons, right? It should be done during the summer when people are here. I think life safety, I also understand that from the fire department, 17 feet is not enough to turn around the fire trucks in case of fires or emergencies. So life safety is a huge concern. And just to reiterate what one of the other speakers said, this has been a one-sided presentation the whole time. I would suggest to the town that they initiate a third party, not hired by the Institute, not hired by the neighbors. There are planners all over the United States that are very good at this, that come in, that would create good planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Dana Calloway. Is Dana Calloway here?
Good evening. I'm Darla Calloway. I'm the CEO of Habitat for Humanity Roaring Fork. I'm here to cheer on 3 organizations who are taking a thought leadership role in planning for housing in our community. I suspect that 10, 15, 20 years ago, they couldn't imagine sitting at this table in an hour-and-a-half presentation trying to wrestle through balance of traffic, housing, and their programs. I suspect they would have been wholeheartedly focused on programs. Developing housing is not easy, yet they're an employer group coming together to solve a very hard problem. It's their land, it's their existing employees, and so by bringing their employees to the site, it naturally takes them off of the road and frees up other housing units, Snowmass, Basalt, and other places. So we as an organization are cheering on their thought leadership to bring their employees closer to the campus. And we also would like to recognize that they might not be coming with all the affordable housing tools that others are looking to put into place. The Housing Credits Program is one tool that allows them to move forward with planning on the cost side to deliver housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Markolunas. John, I think you spoke last time, so
I did, so
keep
2
it.
minutes. Copy that. 2 minutes.
2 big minutes.
All right. First of all, watched online. Thanks for the nice comments about my dad. Appreciate it. He was aware of this. He was amazed at the request, especially of the physics and how large that was going to be, given his perspective as a kid that was born here in 1930. Just a few points. The Physics Center is 2 times the ask of, maybe more than 2 times the ask of the other units in a smaller spot. And historically, back in '91 and previous, the West End has worked with these 3 awesome organizations and asked them to keep their word. And yet my whole life I've watched the Meadows van, instead of doing what they agreed to, roll through the neighborhood. And it's not just the fuzzy math they're using right now on parking, it's the traffic they generate. It's been a really mild winter. have not seen one bike go from the physics this winter. But I've seen car after car after rental plate after rental plate. Last Wednesday, during their physics lecture, it was parked from Gillespie and 6th all the way to 3rd Street and then up on North and up on Smuggler for an off-season winter lecture as opposed to the summer traffic. Aspen Ideas, wonderful event, huge impact on the neighborhood. I fully support alternate transport, getting cars off 82, but the impact to the neighborhood is huge, while the impact of getting 40 units off of 82 is very minor. So the problem's a little inverted when you think about that. And you guys need to represent the West End community in addition to the organization. So balance that. That's what I'm asking. Think of the balance ask. That easement is a wonderful trail. It's gotten more wonderful over time, has been maintained. It was traded for Smart Hall and platted. When they built that, it's much nicer to walk on that at 4 o'clock during the West End sneak than it is anytime out on North Street. I'll just commit it there.
John, that was your 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Nick Heyman?
Hi, Council. How's everyone doing? Nick Heyman, West End resident. I wanted to bring something up that I don't think anybody's really touched on. I wanted to paint a little bit of a different picture than what we've seen here about what the West End actually looks like during rush hour. The West End during rush hour doesn't look like what you guys saw in the drawings up there. It's absolute gridlock. And when I say absolute gridlock, you guys talked about bikes, you guys talked about emergency vehicles. I tell my kids to get off their bikes and get off of the street. 2 of my daughter's friends have been hit by cars at slow speeds when there's absolute gridlock there. You talk about emergency vehicles, there is no chance of getting an emergency vehicle anywhere near that back end of the West End, North Street, 6th Street during that time. When there are 2 cars parked on North Street or on 6th Street from between 5th and 6th and going down 7th, that is now a one-way road. That's it. It is not two-way. When the bridge was closed coming into Aspen, there was no mail, no delivery trucks. There were several times where the police were called because cars were parked illegally in front of driveways. They couldn't access it. So I think actually what we need to talk about before we're talking about a massive project, and I'm not here to debate the size of the project, the scope, who's right, who's wrong. I'm sure all these places that are nice places, they probably need housing. But I think we need to talk about how the West End congestion goes away so you can actually get emergency vehicles. You can actually have people that can bike in and out, which are all proposed here. None of that stuff is going to happen until we actually address that issue. We're talking about curb cuts. That's taking away additional parking spaces. So the neighborhood is just going to absorb all this. And whether it's 10 cars or 50 cars or 100 cars, the neighborhood's just going to absorb it. And if you have all these people coming through the West End, it's gridlock. That's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your time.
Yep.
Appreciate that. And I do think we've all seen the West End in that condition. Lisa Markalunas. 2 minutes.
2 minutes warning.
I just have a couple of additional minor points that I wanted to bring up. My name is Lisa Markalunas, lifelong Aspen native. I feel that the Aspen Center for Physics ask is way too great. It is 3 times the bedrooms, 2 times the units of all of the other entities that they're requesting. In respect to their presentation about the number of programming over the years, I've watched the Aspen Center for Physics run from summer only to summer plus January to summer plus January through April. So now we're almost at 9 months, and before long it'll be 12 months a year. I would like to reiterate the fact that the trail easement, as Chris Bryan represented at the last hearing, is dedicated and recorded. It was replaced where they built Smart Hall. And now you want to take that from the public. That's a much preferable trail easement to anything on North Street. The representation that they can do a meandering trail through the woods on North Street, you are so close to the street there. I think you probably saw that at your site visit. You're not way off the street in a green belt condition in that location. That side of the ditch is essentially in the street. So I would encourage you, in terms of the parking there, anything that's head in there, 20 spaces like they're representing, there's no way you could back out into North Street, ever. You know, and with the amount of traffic congestion that exists on a daily basis, there's no way you can have winter maintenance in that location. The nonprofits are primarily summer focused. These impacts of this housing will be year round with parking and impacts. And the only other thing I would note is these hearings are a war of attrition. You know, 5.5 hours at the last city council meeting, another one tonight. You know, I want you to take your time and balance the needs of the West End neighborhood that's heavily impacted by all of the events that exist in these spaces, and really consider what's really good for the community, and not just the constant evolution of event after event after event on every weekend in this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. Gert van Moorsel? Gert here? There we go. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Again, I'm Gert van Moorsel. I'm a 30-year resident of Aspen, and I just want to express my full support for the application. You know, in my view, anytime a private entity takes on the Aspen housing problem with their own resources, I think that's a win. I think they should be commended. And I think the city of Aspen should do what they can to support that, to provide more housing, whether it's for staff or employees or whatever. You know, like any other organization, they're just trying to be in control of their own destiny. And I think that's very commendable. In terms of the application, to me, it appears it's a thorough application. They've met all the city standards, all the development standards, and are continuing to make recommendations to try and get this application to be as good as it can be. In terms of transportation, you know, I urge the city council to you know, look at the issues carefully, but determine if there's any infrastructure or parking mitigants that it can do to help those people in that neighborhood. Certainly, they are impacted, but not just with this application. I think it's been going on for years, and you know, we're not apparently no increases in programming are being proposed at this time. So. If there's anything the city can do, and I understand there is some studies going on now maybe for that end, I would urge the city to look at that and see what they can do. So just in closing, I applaud the city's effort and thorough review of the application, and look forward to a successful approval of the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will now go to the online commenters who have their hands up, and Javier, you'll be able to undo the very first one. Andre Ruckenstein?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and
Okay, thank you.
approximately 2 minutes at the most.
Yes. Yeah, I want to start by thanking the mayor and the members of the city council for considering our proposal. My name is Andre Ruckenstein. I'm a professor of physics at Boston University, and I've been part of the Aspen physics community for more than 40 years. During this time, I had the privilege of serving as president of the center, and today I'm an honorary member of the Board of Trustees. Throughout my career, the Aspen Center for Physics has been really, truly my lodestar, in a very real sense, a second home. In 1985, as a young assistant professor, I came to Aspen, broke and starstruck, to learn to be challenged and occasionally to be put in my place. What I can tell you is that important and often groundbreaking ideas that transform the discipline have been sparked by our community in these mountains. There is no place like this anywhere. I can't think of another place in the world where institutions like the Physics Center, the festival, the Institute work side by side, sharing inspiration and a commitment to this community. Together with the many other activities and vibrant entities in this town, these institutions and the people around them give Aspen a national and international presence that would be very difficult to duplicate anywhere else. Over the years, we've been grateful for when we've gained tremendously from being part of this community, and we have always tried to give back in return. In addition to our public lectures and outreach events, we have partnered with the Institute, the festival, the bookstore, the public library, Aspen Public Radio, and several local nonprofits. As Harry already mentioned, my colleagues and I, together with George Stranahan, also launched the Aspen Science Center with the goal of bringing science to the public, especially to children and young students in Aspen and the surrounding valley. The Science Center has become an increasingly visible part of the community through after-school programs, in-classroom visits, and very popular summer camps. We are deeply committed to continuing to be part of and to contribute to this remarkable community. But if Aspen is to remain home to one of the world's leading physics centers, we must be able to provide reasonably priced housing for the scholars and students who come here from around the world. The housing project we are proposing is our attempt to address this truly existential challenge for the sustainability of the center. But beyond the challenge, I believe this is also an opportunity.
Your 2 minutes are up, but thank you very much for your comments. We would now go on to Philip Nelson. Philip?
Yes, good evening. Thank you very much.
You have 2 minutes.
Yes, that's plenty. I want to thank you for your attention and for having this meeting. My name is Philip Nelson. I'm a professor of physics at University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. And I've been coming to Aspen as often as I can since 1988, so Andrea has me beat by a little bit, but not by much. And the Physics Center has had a decisive impact on my entire career. But when we think about impact, it goes beyond that. You know, I haven't heard anyone say yet that in addition to people from rather elite institutions, the Physics Center is committed to having people from all kinds of wide spectrum of institutions. Some of these, they come here, they get inspired, they form collaborations, they go off and the entire rest of their year is productive because of something that happened to them in Aspen due to these informal meetings. I think it's been my story and the story of many other people as well. And one last point about spreading ripples of influence. You know, we talk about scientific research. Yes, scientific research is very important to us, but there's also education. I go back, I deliver things to young scientists who have not yet been to Aspen that I picked up here. So the cultural ripples of Aspen extend to, you know, a very wide range of people and places. That's all I wanted to say. I want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Tracy Robin Slater.
Testing, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, dear Mayor and Aspen City Council, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. So my name is Tracy Slatcher. I'm a professor of physics at MIT, and I also serve as the assistant treasurer for the Aspen Center for Physics. I've been coming to Aspen workshops since I received my PhD in 2010. So as you heard earlier in the presentation, there's a diversity of physicists who come to the center, and I've been through the spectrum. I first came to your town as one of those recent graduates without very much income, you know, and Aspen's helped bring me to where I am today as the first woman to serve as director of MIT's Center for Theoretical Physics. I've been a member of the Center's volunteer board since 2019. I've both given and helped organize public lectures for the Aspen community as well as talks at the high school. As others have said, I found the Center's programs really valuable for my own research. Back in 2012, I had a discussion with another physicist at the Center that led me to a pretty significant discovery of a glow of gamma rays around the center of our Milky Way galaxy. That kicked off a whole new research direction for me. It drew in hundreds of other physicists from around the world, and I think it's pretty likely that would not have happened without that spontaneous connection in Aspen. because the great strength of the Aspen Center for Physics programs has always been the degree of unstructured interaction that they encourage, and that has been facilitated by having people stay relatively nearby and hang out at the center. For most of my visits to Aspen, I was able to stay in town and walk or bike into the center. In the last few years, that's just become increasingly difficult. The center has had to house many participants in snowmass. That's obviously less convenient for interactions, especially outside core business hours. And it also means that there's a lot more traffic into and out of Aspen as everyone is driving in from snowmass every morning and driving back out in the evenings. And my understanding is that that's not even the alternative, even accounting for the option of snowmass and housing people in shared accommodation as we've always done. It's proving very difficult to find lodging for participants, especially for those who were early career, as I once was, who don't have access to a lot of financial resources. So I think that allowing the on-campus housing for ACP, it would really be a game changer for the center. It would facilitate more of those interactions that have been so valuable for me and others. And as such, it would be extremely helpful for the physics community in the US and worldwide. I'm very grateful to you for considering this proposal and also for the hospitality of your beautiful town over the years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tracy. Dan Freed. Is Dan gone?
1 second.
Oh, okay.
Dan, give it a shot. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Dan Freed. I'm a professor of mathematics at Harvard and also a trustee of the Physics Center. I've been attending the Physics Center since the 1980s. And I just want to tell you an anecdote. One of the special features of the center is lunch. The food truck comes by and toots its horn, and everybody gathers outside at these picnic tables. It's a time when there are leisurely, non-technical scientific discussion. It's really can often lead to serendipitous encounters, lead to new collaborations, new scientists, new science. And the anecdote is about a day, maybe 5 years ago, I was sitting at such a table. There were about 4 early career physicists. It was their first time in Aspen. And they got around to talking about the high cost of attending, particularly the high cost of housing. And they said very definitively that the situation was not sustainable. They confidently predicted that in 10 years, the center would no longer be in Aspen, but would move to another mountain town in Colorado or in Utah. So I was quite taken aback because in my own mind, I can't separate the center from Aspen, from our partners in the Meadows, and from the original Aspen idea. So the conversation really brought into focus that this housing issue is really an existential problem for the center. So let me state clearly that the leadership, the broad membership of ACP, we're all committed to keeping the Physics Center in Aspen, and that's why we've partnered with the Institute of Music and worked very hard to bring you this forward-looking proposal. I think you've heard how forward-looking it is in many ways, so I think my time is up, so I'll just express my gratitude to everybody on the council, the mayor, the staff for your careful consideration of what's a very complex proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Stephen Giddings.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Stephen. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, so I'm Steve Giddings. I'm a repeat visitor to the Physics Center. There are many pretty mountain towns in Colorado, but Aspen is truly special, and one significant reason for this is the Aspen Center for Physics and its sister institutions, the Aspen Institute and the Music Festival. The town is really fortunate to have them. I've been coming to the Center for Physics since the 1980s, and it looks to me like it's facing an existential threat due to the spiraling housing costs. It is increasingly difficult for physicists to afford to come to the center. Using snowmoss housing has taken some pressure off, and I've personally stayed there on 2 recent visits. But that has other drawbacks for physicists, for the center, and for the town, and is not a good long-term solution. First, housing people there leads to them being less engaged at the center and with Aspen. They are remotely located and have less interaction with colleagues in the broader community. Secondly, those physicists must then commute to Aspen, contributing to the traffic jam into town and to parking demand. I'm very familiar with that traffic jam from recent visits. This is bad for physicists and for the town, especially considering that many physicists housed in town commute by bike. Third, with rising housing costs, that is also unsustainable. The center and its sister institutions have a plan that would really help with these problems. I've seen a similar plan work before at a physics institute at my home institution. I believe it would lead to closer community engagement of the center, fewer bad effects, particularly on commuting and parking, and could enhance the center's science atmosphere. I urge you to consider the alternative, which may be loss or significant decline of one or more of these institutions. Please strongly support this forward-looking proposal. Thank you, Mayor Richards and council members.
Thank you, Mr. Giddings. Krishna Rajapal would be our next speaker.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, my name is Krishna Rajagopal. I'm a professor of physics at MIT. I've played no role in my career in the governance of the Aspen Center for Physics. I first visited in 1994 as a postdoc, hiked Buckskin Pass back then at age 29. I was there most recently this past summer at age 60, hiked Buckskin Pass again. I want to speak about the changes in addition to the fact that somebody made Buckskin Pass a lot higher.
Yes, we read your letter.
So the first time that I came, I stayed in a shared apartment, like a ski condo that the center made available to me as a postdoc, and it was in the West End. It was walking distance. This most recent time, I had to rent a car. It's already been discussed. It's important to stress that this proposal will not increase the size of the Aspen Center for Physics. The number of people who come is set by the number of offices, and that's not increasing. It will reduce the number of cars that are rented, the number of people who, like I had to do this summer, have to drive and put CO2 into the atmosphere and traffic on the streets. And I also want to explain the sustainability argument in terms of costs of housing. I think it's obvious for thinking about young scientists, for postdocs, for recent PhDs, for people with young families. I think that's obvious, but it's existential also for the more senior people, as I am now. We fund our visits to Aspen with research grants from the National Science Foundation or other organizations that fund science. Those grants no longer provide enough support to pay for the cost of accommodation at Aspen. That's partly a commentary on the funding of science in the United States, but it's much more a commentary on the rise in the cost of accommodation. This proposal will address that, and to not build this housing, I think, really is existential for physicists all the way across the career ladder from the way I was in 1994 to the way I am today. I'll close just by thanking you, Mayor, and to you, the councilors, for your stewardship of Aspen, which is a real gem. As the Aspen Center for Physics is a gem in the world of physics, and Aspen is a gem, period. Thank you for your stewardship.
Thank you for your time. Joaquin, next up. There he is. Okay. Joaquin, if you're not interested in talking, we will move on to the next person, which is Gil Rafael.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for having me. My name is Gil Rafael. I am serving as the Vice President for the Aspen Center for Physics. Normally, I'm a professor at Caltech and chair of the Caltech Faculty Senate there. I volunteer my time to help maintain the Aspen Center for Physics just because of how unique it is, how special of an entity it is. ACP allows leading physicists to come together and make new science. There is no substitute to hearing observations and experiments and exchanging ideas in person on the board. And there's nowhere like Aspen to do this in. Through the ACP, Aspen became synonymous with profound scientific discoveries. You've heard some anecdotes. It's true over several decades. It affords front row seats to cutting-edge physicists' discoveries. Nobel laureates come to Aspen to mingle with city residents. Us physicists also forged lasting bonds with the community. We all participated in kids' physics lectures. We gave public lectures. We organized them. The public lectures are in high demand. We bring to the city the academic elite in the US and in the world. I myself have a very special connection. I got married in Henry Stein Park in 2011 during one of those workshops. Without the housing project, the center will diminish for the reasons you heard and eventually will disappear. It will take away a unique element of the city cultural wealth. I know that transportation is on your minds as well. Housing as physicists in town and in Snowmass makes for increased traffic. On-campus housing takes away a lot of the transportation volume, and you should take heart that the ACP has always been mindful of these issues. It does have a fleet of well-maintained two-lane bicycles, which we all use to go around city streets. Our signature on city roads will actually decrease with the housing. That said, I would like to thank the mayor and the council members, the city of Aspen, and also the residents of the West End for hosting our center in Aspen. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoltan, you are next. And then we are going.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We have about 4 more speakers. If there's anyone in the room who wanted to speak, who has not yet told me that, we'll come to you after these 4, then we are going to take the dinner break. So you have 2 minutes there, Zoltan.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. My name is Zoltan Ligeti. I am a theoretical particle physicist at Berkeley. I am the current president of the Aspen Center for Physics. And I want to emphasize that I do that as a volunteer, helping to manage a unique institution which critically impacts the careers of a large fraction of the worldwide physics community, as well as the city of Aspen. I first came to the Aspen Summer Program in 2001, as a few years after my PhD. I fell in love with the environment, the creative buzz, the chance encounters with colleagues one would never start a conversation with at another venue. While attending Aspen workshops, I have been invited to spend a sabbatical doing research in biophysics, that's not my field at all, at an institution I have never even visited, and wrote papers with collaborators I never worked with before on research topics I never worked on before. So this is why I'm really enthusiastic about the center, because the center brings eminent scientists to Aspen from around the world, from Nobel laureates to future leaders. The critical issue and the existential crisis is the availability and the cost of housing. Before the pandemic, all summer program participants were housed at Aspen. Since then, we have had to accommodate many participants at Snowmass. While we had world-leading scientists, we have had, as a result, world-leading scientists council coming to Aspen due to the uncertainty of being housed at Aspen or Snowmass. We have had leading early career scientists with small children council due to the same uncertainty and the inability to arrange childcare. We have had preeminent program participants council simply due to the increasing housing costs. The only way to solve this existential crisis is to have housing on site. Besides this overarching issue, let me reflect on parking as well, please. The ACP's programming is not going to grow. In the summer, it is limited by the number of desks in our offices. In the winter, by the number of seats in the auditorium. None of that will change. The only thing that will change is that program participants who commute daily from Snowmass to Aspen to attend the workshops will be housed on site. It is inconceivable that physicists staying and working at Aspen would need more cars than the same number of people commuting from Snowmass to Aspen daily.
That is your time.
Okay, I just want to say I'm sorry that I'm unable to be there in person, and I would like to thank you, Mayor, and the council members for considering the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Abraham Ba, pardon my pronunciation. Is this the dark hand?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Hi.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for listening to this proposal. I am a faculty member at Johns Hopkins University Physics Department, and I have been coming to Aspen since I started my position at 2017, and I have been there for 4 different occasions, and I've also organized several programs. And Aspen is the most unique place that I've gone as a junior scientist. It's a place where you go and you meet a wide class of physicists of the highest caliber, from Nobel laureates to National Science Academy members. And for a junior person, it is an incredible place to just come and have your ideas be able to discuss with the most exciting people in science. And every time I come to Aspen, I leave home with wonderful ideas. I have had complete research projects developed and started while there. And I can't overstate how incredible of a place it is for junior people. And to this point, recently I organized a meeting for a winter conference. Less than half of the members, people that we admitted to come, were able to attend. And most of those people were junior people, postdocs and junior faculty who simply couldn't afford to come. Their typical budget they get for travel was less than the cost of housing and travel for coming to Aspen. And that is quite sad, because so much incredible discovery that could be made and so many different collaborations that could be built were not built. And that was quite sad. And there is no other place on Earth where you can go, where you can have such a level of access to incredible scientists as is in Aspen Center for Physics. So I would like to thank you for considering this proposal, and I hope you get to have a picture and appreciate how important this center is, not just for the Aspen community, but also to the scientific world at large, everywhere.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate that. Ava Hartman.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I spoke last time, so I'll be short, but my name's Ava Hartman, and I work for the Aspen Institute, and I live down in Carbondale. And when I hear so many physicists say the word existential, I really believe them, because who knows that better than a physicist, but this crisis really is, I agree, in that camp. And I just think it's important to consider that right now, the onus is really on Down Valley towns to provide affordable housing for the workers in Aspen. And I think that places unfair strains and pressures on those communities. I know Basalt and Carbondale are pursuing efforts to provide more affordable housing. And I think it's really important and amazing that we're considering this awesome affordable housing project in Aspen. And I just feel really proud to work for an institution that is putting their resources behind this project. So thank you, everyone, for your time here.
Thank you, Ava. Appreciate that. Doris, and if you'll give us your last name as well for the public record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi, I'm Doris Johnson. I live right across the street from the Physics Institute, 707 West North Street. I'm truly glad that so many renowned physicists and professors feel at home when they visit Aspen. It's a wonderful, wonderful town. And it's great that it attracts people doing interesting things. But I actually live here. This is my home, my neighborhood. I cycle here, I ski here, I walk my dog here. I work on my small business from my home. I grocery shop at Clark's Market. I'm a regular at Meat and Cheese. I support organizations in this town, including some of these organizations in question, because I deeply care about this community. My small business was inspired by Aspen, but it feels like because I'm not a leading expert in a hot topic, I'm not a world-class musician, or I'm not in the running for a Nobel Prize, I suddenly matter less. These projects change the nature of the neighborhood, and we're a neighborhood. I know my neighbors, I know their children, their dogs, their families. I feel truly honored that these prestigious organizations are in Aspen, but this is my actual home. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Doris. Joaquin is back up. I think we are going to get you this time. Okay.
Testing. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Awesome, thank you. Hi, I'm Joaquin Lagarrigue. I was an Aspen Center for Physics summer intern in 2013 after my junior year at Aspen High School. I've always been interested in science, which is kind of why I was attracted to that program in the first place. For those who don't know, the Aspen Center for Physics offers a program where high schoolers can go to be basically non-academic assistants for the physicists and converse with them on any number of subjects during the open time you might have with them. The job itself wasn't super glamorous. I was like filling coffee, restocking printers and the like. But the opportunity to discuss like complex topics with these physicists as a 17-year-old kind of like changed my outlook on what it means to be an intellectual. It's not really a matter of like rote memorization or like how well you can figure out something on the spot. It's about having like the determination and discernment to keep working at a system and master it. I guess I'd like to say that what I want to express is that you shouldn't deprive the people of Aspen of the opportunity to expose themselves to these physicists and to learn from them and to maybe like redefine their ideas of what intellect looks like. The Aspen Center for Physics is really like a world-class institution, and it does things that nowhere else on the planet does. It's a crossroads between people who are figuring out the very base fundamentals of reality and those of us trying to figure them out. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for your persistence. Last online is Jeffrey Walsher.
This is Jeff Wexler.
Yes.
Hi. So I'm not a physicist, and I am in support of parts of this project, but I live in the community right on the 4th Street, and I think there's a lot of misnomers about the width of 4th Street and this project. According to the code, there has to be 20 feet. There's only 17 feet. And that was misrepresented this evening. And I think that needs to go looked at because from a safety issue, I have 5 granddaughters, and I am not comfortable with a bike pedestrian lane, cars, all of this being jammed down 4th Street. It's really, really disconcerting that this is going on. Also, as a homeowner there, when you go to remodel your home, if something's not up to code, they ask you to bring it up to code. So I think you need to take a look at the parking and look at what that was approved for. The amount of spaces they had originally was for the tent. They didn't anticipate all the people driving there to go sit on the lawn. And I don't think that was ever brought up to code, the amount of parking spaces they need for the amount of people that they bring on that campus. And as far as the music, I love the place. It's beautiful. They do a beautiful job on that campus, but they care about the campus. They don't care about the people around the campus. And they've exhibited that over and over again. And one last thing, they can take the 4th Street entrance and not put it there, and they could use the bus entrance and move the bus up to the theater parking lot, and that solves the 4th Street problem. And I don't think that anyone's entertained that, but there's no reason, unless they have another project they're applying for up in the theater parking lot that no one's aware of, there's no reason why the buses can't drop off up there. It's closer to all their facilities, and they could use that 3rd Street entrance as the entrance into the parking lot and solve the 4th Street danger issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is our last online comment. Is there anyone in the room who has not commented and were missed last time, had to leave, would like to comment now?
Ms. Mayor, you still have one person online.
We still have one person? Okay, they just showed up. Gordon Bryan. Bam. Gordon Bam. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing anyone's names. It's hard enough to read them that far away.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Gordon Bame. I'm a homeowner on McSkimming Road for over 45 years now. And since the mid-60s, I've been a participant at the Aspen Center for Physics and a contributor to the cultural life of Aspen. And I speak, of course, to urge the City Council to adopt the Housing the Aspen Idea project. The uniqueness of Aspen depends critically on the cultural and education foundations that the Aspen Center for Physics, the Aspen Music Festival and School, and the Aspen Institute provide. The benefit to the Aspen community is immeasurable. My own involvement and commitment to the community as a physicist has included organizing and giving public lectures, one of which I gave was a very popular Start Talk at Explore Booksellers on the connections of Oppenheimer and Aspen when the Oppenheimer film appeared a few summers back. I'm also one of the physicists at the Aspen Physics Center who produced, along with Evelyn Gates, who's in the audience tonight, the popular monthly column on physics in the Aspen Daily News. In return, Aspen provides me and others a nurturing special environment for doing creative physics research. Sadly, the longevity of our prized cultural institutions in Aspen is threatened by the lack of housing for the participants, from physicists to musicians to philosophers. The years where regular participants such as myself could afford to become local homeowners are uncomfortably behind us. Furthermore, as we heard, the present high cost of renting has become a prohibitive factor in attracting critical numbers of participants. The housing issue is indeed existential. Simply put, the council's approval of the Housing the Aspen Idea project is crucial to maintaining Aspen as the world's cultural center it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Again, there's no one in the room who has not yet spoken who wants to speak. We are going to close the public comment section on this application, and we will now take a dinner break. And be clear, we are not going to be making a decision on this tonight. We are going to be giving council member feedback from our comments that we've heard to the applicants.
I just want to clarify, because you are closing the public comment portion, to the extent people submit public comment through the public comment email and/or through community development, we will not be sharing those with council, and I will ask you to not consider them because we've technically closed the public hearing portion. If you want to continue to consider those public comments, my advice would be that you allow another public comment portion at the next hearing this is considered. So, thank you.
I think that if we see changes in the application come forward, we would reopen public comment. But if it's as presented today, and that's what we're doing, we will have closed the public comment. Okay. We've received multiple letters on most of these topics, very few unique topics. All the letters that have been received so far are part of the public record, to be clear. And we are considering all those as we go forward. But we are not going to be making a decision tonight. And so we're sorry to leave you in the room like this, but we normally break for dinner at 7. We are going to break for a little bit and then come back up here, hopefully within 25 minutes. We will hear our comments to the applicants. We are not expecting responses to those comments. And then we have another executive session at the end of the meeting. So that's what's happening now. Thank you again, everyone who's participated, everyone who's written us a letter. We take this balancing act very seriously, and I should declare for the record, so there's nothing ex parte, my husband drives a downtowner. He saw a client today who said they really appreciated us taking it slow and trying to get it right. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Back to the Aspen City Council meeting of March 10th, 2026. Council has just finished its dinner break. We have heard from members of the public and a great many public comments via email and letters. We are now going to discuss our concerns or pro-cons with this project as a council and give you guys a chance to think about where it goes from here. Who would like to begin with comments? Bill?
Happy to. I should say I want to reserve the right, as I think all of us should, to hear staff's responses to some of our questions and comments.
Yeah. I'm sorry, we're supposed to hear that first. Oh, staff is going to be at the next meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can reserve the right to change an opinion based on a staff comment.
Great.
In the future. Okay.
Just wanted to put
Thank
that
you.
out there
Yeah,
because I
thank you.
realized that
Appreciate
hadn't happened yet. Okay, almost all my comments are consistent with what I said last time. I'll be very brief. Happy to elaborate on anything if they're unclear. The one thing that I put a little more thought into and clarity onto is that I suggested 3-month or 6-month minimum rentals in the prior meeting. Perhaps there's a hybrid approach where we allow the 3-month rental in the summer months, but the remainder of the year has to be 6 or more months. I think that would be interesting, and I think that would ensure more compatibility with the neighborhood. I am supportive of housing credits for the Institute and music festival projects. Again, I commend and encourage employer-created workforce housing in Aspen. That's exactly what the credit program was designed for. These are units that do not exist today. I don't really care that the buildings and the employment generation predated the creation of the housing units. That doesn't matter to me. We're creating new housing units that wouldn't otherwise be there. I think that's very worthy of the credits. I don't see a different side of that argument. Physics, I cannot get behind these North Street units. The more that I walk that block and look at it, the more I think that will expose I think it's called the SMART building, the large sort of center behind there. I think that building, I wouldn't have ever approved that building in the first place if I knew that there was housing that would have exposed that building behind it. So I just think that's incompatible entirely. That being said, I'm supportive of the northern buildings that are on the northern edge of the site, but I don't think that they have anything to do with APCHA and our workforce housing program. And I think that I don't know to what extent this proposal changes or the development rights change or the fees change or the process changes, but I think that treating those as APCHA-related units in any way, shape, or form sort of undermines the entire program of APCHA, which is designed to be workforce housing. This is not that. I'm okay with some housing there, and the zone district allows for some housing there, but it's not APCHA housing in my mind, and I think that confusing that is a mistake, a big mistake. Again, though, supportive of having some kind of housing on the site. I just want it treated what, in my opinion, it should be. I mentioned this last time, I'd like to see some more architectural variation on the music festival units, and perhaps we should explore some parking restrictions on Meadow Road, especially with the new added parking in the expanded garage as part of that project. I think that's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, we can come back around too if you think of anything else.
Thank you.
Sam, do you want to go or? Okay, anyone else ready?
I'm not really ready.
I'm happy to go.
Okay.
Thank you for coming back so quickly. Thank you for coming down on the vested rights as one of the compromises that you've brought here tonight. I probably won't go through everything just for the sake of time on things that I like, but just some of the concerns I still have, and I think they're largely points that I brought up at the last meeting. Transportation, I don't think we've gotten there on the 4th Street corridor. We're still hearing some of the same and similar concerns from neighbors on the street, the flow of traffic, the intersection with pedestrians and bicyclists. We heard different measurements brought up here tonight, and so I'd just really like some clarification on that, and I assume that will come from staff the next time. The trail easement, trails don't cross driveways, in my opinion. I'm really struggling with this one as well. I don't think we've gotten there on the trail easement. That is not working for me. Housing credits, I was hesitant on this last time, but I am moving toward approving those and supporting the benefits of those credits. I do think these organizations should receive the credits for voluntarily coming forward and building this housing. So I've put a lot of thought into that one. And finally, this was something I said last time, but I am struggling with the size of the physics proposal and still am tonight. I'm hearing from everyone who made public comment tonight the existential, I put quotes around that, and it probably is existential need for it, and still I just can't wrap my head around how big the proposal is, doubling the size of the two other asks. And so I would hope that we can meet somewhere on that to move this forward as well. Those are the issues that I think I'd like to see addressed coming forward. And then I have a whole list of compliments too, but I'll save those.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, maybe I'll jump in if that's okay, and you guys can keep getting your thoughts together. I did feel after the last meeting that perhaps I or we did not express enough support for what the institutes and the music festival and the Physics Center do and have meant to our community. We're looking at it really very much as a land use application and its impacts on the neighborhood, but there's no question about the role you've played in modern Aspen and the benefits you offer to the community and the youth educationally. I think what's really important is we keep talking about our Aspen heritage in the community, and so much so that just earlier in tonight's meeting, we gave away transferable development rights for someone to preserve what looks right in the West End and put extra density in somebody else's neighborhood. And so the heritage of this entire site really does mean a lot to me and to all of us. One thing I noticed by reviewing it myself after our site tour when it had snowed is I think the Meadows Road has to be paved on the side where that parking is, because it was just a mud pit, you know, and there's no grass going to grow there. People park there all the time. That either needs to be paved or graveled or something else. We're washing the streets all the time to keep the PM10 down, and that's not a good situation there. I am okay with 5-year vesting, and I support that you have agreed to that. As we discussed in our work session on other topics, just because vesting expires doesn't mean a project's approval has expired. It just means that project, if it has not completed during the vesting period, may be subject to different code regulations or mitigation regulations, but it's not as if the approval for a project goes away with the vesting. I am requesting from our staff for the next meeting to give us some blank sheets with the review criteria broken into the various topics and what that criteria is, because whether we are approving or denying this application in the future, it will be based on the criteria in the code. And I want us all to have that front and center as we review and rate how well safety is addressed or access is addressed or some of the other criteria that we and staff has been evaluating at this. I am still concerned about the Affordable Housing Credit Program portion of this, because what it means is they will be sold to a project that won't be doing any on-site housing. They'll be sold to someone else who will, you know, yes, this houses some people here, which is a long-term need. And, you know, I can't believe that the housing crisis has just kind of dawned on people over the past 3 years. You know, anyone looking down the road saw what has been happening to our valley, our community, our housing, and providing what you were exempted from before on site, to me, is noble, and it's the right thing to do. But to ask the rest of the community to pay for it by saying whatever new development at the base of the mountain will have affordable housing credits, so you don't have to do any on site. In my mind, that's just not appropriate. I have said it before, I see the affordable housing program as for private sector developers who identify a lot or a house or something they can buy and propose affordable housing for the general community and sell it, not to satisfy their own needs. That becomes a very different animal in my mind. I am very much aligned with Bill on the 3 lots that are facing Gillespie. I can't see that. I walk that neighborhood again, and I look at the tangled Aspen little mini forests and the cottonwoods. And to me, that is more of old Aspen and what the meadows used to be and what the meadows has evolved to be in the interior and in the new buildings is one thing. But that is what really defined the edge of the meadows property to me. And I just putting 3 driveways in there, 3 houses, the whole trail issue, I think that is just not acceptable. It's also perhaps trying to solve the whole problem in one fell swoop. When I look at what the music festival has done over the years in order to accommodate the students, understanding the housing was changing. We first had the Merle property, and then we later had Burlingame, which I personally helped negotiate with Robert Harth back in the day. So I just don't think you can get it all in one fell swoop on that one site. Now, I had looked at this, and I simply don't know, is there any way to use any of the racetrack open space for your circle of serenity? Is that something that can be talked to the people who are holding the land trust and, you know, use more space behind Stranahan Hall to relocate another building? I simply don't know that because of the constrictions on the open space, but it would seem that if there was a way, and I guess I'll say it this way, I'm not afraid to lose some of the trees on the side behind Stranahan Hall if that's where the housing had to go, a little more housing. We have received all the letters from the people who talked about not being able to continue their career or advance their career while they were having a family, and I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that, to my mind, the buildings you do have there behind proposed new buildings and not the 3 lots, those are boarding houses. I will call them as a boarding house. So I have no problem with those units, and I think doing a couple of other units back in that zone or to the side would be acceptable. But if there's no way to fit more in, I mean, I have to sit here and think I was on the board when Harry Teague brought in the new physics smart building, and you know, if you'd known now, if you'd known then what you know now about needing housing, the site would have been used differently. And that's just unfortunate. But I think it'd be worth looking to see if there could be a summer tent and use the current outdoor tented area for housing as well. I think the questions that have come up about parking and transportation are very serious. And this as a location, as a site for events, is pretty much severely underparked in a way that spreads out into the residential neighborhoods surrounding. And it's just that it's grown. It's grown so much, with the, first it was just that, and then it's Harris Concert Hall, and then it's the Bechter Building, which will be tomorrow morning, the ACRA meeting at 7 a.m. And it's just been more and more, and the programming itself has expanded. There's no question. It's not as if this proposal is the same amount of programming that existed in 1991 when this whole project was approved. And I've asked about whether it'd be possible to do any underground parking in that lot. Is there any way to improve that so that we don't have the same level of on-street parking? We're in the middle of a kind of a wage salary reassessment type of thing to see if we can hire more traffic control people to get out in the West End more often. But the same existential problem that the Physics Center is having, every employer in this town is having, including the city and the hospital and the county. And, those issues aren't going away. And this is a step forward. But the parking has increased far beyond into the residential neighborhoods than was conceived when the 1991 plan was approved. And I think that we need to find a way to add more parking to the facility, to the campus, in a way that you go underground or you go above ground. But it's not fair to the neighbors to constantly be fussing about, can I get out of my driveway? Is it safe for my kids to bicycle ride? We see it every day. And maybe you're a little bit of a victim of Highway 82 and the town never having completed the entrance until this point in time. And we're still pretty far away from that happening. We've talked about, should there be congestion pricing on Power Plant Road or things like that to try to really bring the traffic to bear and congestion. And then the other side of the argument we hear from county commissioners is, well, then traffic on Main Street will go all the way to City Market, so you can't do that. And so we all need solutions to the traffic volume in this town. It is no longer the Meadows problem. It's no longer just Highway 82 problem. I mean, you should see the traffic coming down off of Red Mountain at the end of the day or as soon as it's rained, and the workers can no longer work outside. I do think and take issue with, as Bill is saying, though maybe a slightly different line, on what is affordable housing. And to me, a 3-month J1 worker is not contributing to the Aspen Area Community Plan or the housing program as intended. It's about permanent community members. And we're now kind of creating a subset of housing that is for temporary worker members, and who will not even have a chance to become a citizen of Aspen and move here from Silver Spring, Maryland, like I did, because they're here on a temporary visa. And so, yes, it's perhaps a great educational opportunity for you. I would wish that there would be some partnerships so there could be year-round employees who have another job in town in the winter, as well as just coming for the Institute in the summer. But I just can't, for what the Music Festival has discussed with educators and virtuoso performers, and the 3-month, you said something very similar to what I said, Bill. I could see a 3-month lease in the summer and then a 9-month lease for the rest of the year. But the reason the Housing Office, for most of the projects, I don't know how many exceptions they've made to the rule, they just didn't want someone kicked out at Christmas. It was like you have a 6-month lease. So you're not told, oh, you're here for September, October, November, hope you can find someplace in the snow. And continual 3-month leases is not a definition of a permanent community building exercise. So I really think that a few of these things need to be reworked. I appreciated the visual that you presented on the parking, the transportation corridors, but I would like a bigger GIS map, either from our staff, of all the streets leading into the Meadows, to the length of the property, and to Highway 82. and so we can take a look at the full connections and the circulation that's proposed, and the width of those roads. I did go down there and I took a look at that, and it seems to me there's a lot of driveways and encroachments that would need to, and potential city expense of widening that road and curve and guttering and changing that road dynamic to hold this sort of level of traffic. So I want a better assessment of that, and to be able to take a look at it at a larger scale, a true GIS map. Those are my primary comments. If there's anything else that strikes me, I'll bring it back up again after you go, Sam, and go back over to you, John.
Okay.
I'll keep mine brief. It's late, and most has been already said. For me, I think you're starting to hear a consensus about not liking the proposed properties that are facing North Street. Between the trail easement and the too big of an ask and the unique dynamic of not having full-time employees live there, it just feels like the easiest thing to eliminate. And I appreciate you asking for the moon, but hopefully now you land among the stars with that. I appreciate you lowering the vested rights down to 5 years. I think that's a healthy compromise, so that's much appreciated. And as far as the 4th Street bike goes, I feel like it should be a bike pedestrian way is one solution. You really shouldn't be able to drive that more than 1 block unless you like live there, basically. That seems like the easiest fix to me since there's such a precedent for it. But ultimately what I'm getting at is there just definitely needs to be a lot of safety parameters put into the west end to make sure that this project makes sense for all the residents there. The bike pedestrian way makes the most sense in that regard. Otherwise, I'm still more or less on the fence about affordable housing credits. I really appreciate Rachel's comments on Meadows Road, probably needing gravel or pavement where people are parking. And as far as just positive comments towards the Institute and Music School, I feel like you've done a really good job with your projects. Traffic and growth are definitely just like hard things to contend with, but at least you have the parking and the architecture and the locations that are much easier to digest. So those ones, I feel like it's just the obvious of trying to be the best neighbors you can possibly be, but there's nothing like insanely critical about those like the other things that have been brought up. I always feel bad picking on the Center for Physics, but it is a unique situation, and I still want you to get something, just maybe not all that you asked for.
Yeah. Okay. John?
I'll try to keep mine brief as well. Like Rachel, I'm not completely comfortable with using housing credits for this. For the reasons she stated, I also have qualms about the 4th Street access and the traffic generated on that narrow street. I'm acutely aware of Aspen Center for Physics' need for housing for their physicists. As I've stated before, my wife and I rented to physicists for years, and she did it even before I was in her life. And they're really, I just love having the physicists around. We have very close friends that we've made through the Physics Institute. That said, the issue I have with it is it's not housing employees, it's housing physicists. And for that reason, I think the Center for Physics ask is a little too big. And I agree with what's been stated up here before, that the homes on North Street seem to be the ones that are most problematic. I also really appreciate the reduction in the vested rights ask. That moves my needle, and I look forward to our continuance of this to our next meeting.
Yeah. Thank you. One other thing I want to drill down, and it's more of a question for you, Ben. What is the difference between a traffic impact analysis 1 and a traffic impact analysis 2. And I just want to say, I realize you guys did what you were asked to do, and that's not an issue. I'm just wondering what the difference really is and whether it'd be something that the city would consider undertaking on its own expense to make sure we get this transportation and road stuff right.
Yeah. Broadly, the difference is, consideration right now, consideration of projects kind of on this side of the roundabout versus projects on the other side of the roundabout. It's not even really about the scale of a project. For example, because they're on this side of the roundabout, Lift 1 corridor projects went through a level 1 as opposed to a level 2. And really, the big difference is kind of how far out away from the site you have to understand your trip generation, your traffic impacts.
Okay.
And it's a much more robust study. I do think in this case, and because I think it has come up in some of the comments, I do think that it's important, as staff evaluated this project and looked at thinking about this project in the larger neighborhood context. It's a housing project, and I don't think that it was, evaluated in the larger traffic impacts that are going on in the West End that have been identified tonight and discussed in a way that I think we all sort of understand. From staff's view, I think, in terms of the analysis that has been done, because this is housing and housing people on site, we agree with the application that it's reducing trips. They're coming in and out off of this property. And so certainly doesn't respond to the event parking. I lived 2 blocks from this property for 3 years. I understand all the dynamics that are being discussed in the neighborhood. But I think I think as staff evaluated the sort of traffic, the parking lot configuration, the amount of parking that was being provided, the amount of analysis that was being done around the impacts of, again, these specific housing projects, rather than a full comprehensive understanding of what's going on in the West End with, a sneak for Highway 82 and event parking on weekends and evening events during the week. Like, we get all that. But I think that staff understood the review of this project is constrained to understanding the impacts of this additional housing, as opposed to trying to resolve what is definitely a complicated parking transportation system in the West End broadly.
Yeah.
So, from staff's perspective and what was required by the code, the level 1 was appropriate.
Yes.
And also certainly understand the larger neighborhood context of what happens here on an afternoon basis and when special events are going on.
Yeah. Thank you. Bill?
That was the segue into the one thing that I forgot to mention, but I did mention in the first, or in our prior meeting about this, which is I would love for these projects to be the catalyst for some pedestrian and vehicular improvements in the West End. And I understand that that's off of your private property, and I understand that that's not explicitly your responsibility, but I would volunteer our staff, I would hope other council members would support this, to collaborate to improve some things. I don't know if it's sidewalks, I don't know if it's bikeways like Sam suggested, I don't know if it's reconfiguration to certain streets becoming one-ways. I don't know. I don't want to do long and arduous studies for it, but I would love to sort of put our heads together and say, all right, what are our biggest issues that we can control, until we fix Highway 82 traffic or improve traffic flow? The West End congestion's going to exist, but what are the issues that we can control? How can we make it safer? How can we move parking away from dangerous areas? How can we put better crosswalks in? Those sort of things that I don't think we need long and arduous studies to solve for, that, again, I would love for these projects to be a catalyst for that. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, well, bringing it back around, I do not know if there's anything more to be gained from if the city was to undertake a level 2 traffic study. Identifying this, Ben, that's something you could look at and answer for us when we meet on this again.
Yep.
Okay. Do you have further questions for us at this time?
One question, and I mentioned this in our presentation, just trying to balance a lot of different things. And so hearing maybe a direction to reevaluate the North Street units at Physics. Those are the units that provide the opportunity for parking spaces. And so we would, if those units go away, those 6 parking spaces would also go away. It means there would be no change to the parking on the street there. And I want to make sure that we're understanding that that's maybe an appropriate type of trade-off as we move forward, that we would continue to lean into the multimodal aspect and the kind of transportation improvements with a potential removal of those units. I want to make sure that that is a kind of a compromise and an understanding that makes sense to council before we move forward on any major adjustments to an application.
I hate to say it, but can you explain that one more time?
Of course, because it's late.
You had the 6 parking spaces that were in between the 3 driveways.
Yeah.
And you're saying, I mean, couldn't the city stripe that area for parking spaces?
Yeah, I'm talking more of the on-site parking spaces. So with the Physics proposal, we have 6 units off of North Street with 6 new parking spaces.
Correct, okay.
If we remove the units, the parking spaces that are on site would go away.
Yes.
And want to make sure that that's kind of compromise.
So you're saying if you were relocating the building, if you were able to relocate that building somewhere else on that site, it would probably not be drive-in access?
Correct.
And so we would.
More space. There is no space for additional parking on the property.
Correct, okay. Does everyone understand what that would mean? Okay. We'll see what you can come up with. Any other question, comment? No. All right. Well, I think that means we are pretty close to the end of this, Ben.
I just have a real quick question for some clarification, just to make sure that we're responding to council direction. I've heard a few things suggested for some additional information. And I just want to make sure that staff's being responsive to some of those expectations for the next time. Certainly, discussion of the policy implications of the credits program, that seemed to be some of the nature of the comments. I think the details, I think Jessica did a good job of explaining the relationship of the project to the details of the credits program, but we'll bring some information about the policy questions that I think are at the heart of your concerns. We've certainly had initial conversations with transportation, parking, and engineering staff to respond to what I think are primarily off-site concerns around the parking and transportation situation in the neighborhood.
Attraction-driven site problems.
And part of that, I heard a request for a map. I'm a little concerned about the ability to turn that around in time, and wanted to maybe better understand exactly what you were looking for on that map. As opposed, I mean, we can certainly zoom out and show a bigger picture, but didn't know what kinds of information you were wanting to be included.
Particularly, I'm looking at the width of those roads and the turning movements that have to come, whether you're from Highway 82 in town, east or west.
Okay.
It'd be interesting to find out from RAFTA how many buses they run in the typical music session season. I just, when you envision 257 parking spaces and that many people coming for a specific parking time for a performance, how much is the magnitude on those roads coming in to look again at the width and what potential improvements. I don't want to approve a project and then hear from our streets department that, by the way, we have to rebuild this road and reload, it's going to be another $5 million out of the city budget.
Yeah, understood. Okay. Yeah, I think, again, just to reiterate, I think staff in our evaluation of this project, I think, really focused on the housing development separate from the other impacts. And so just trying to understand the set of questions that need to be responded to and parsing those things apart. And then, again, wanted just to make sure that we had clarity. Mayor, you requested some clarity around the review criteria.
Yeah, I think we all should have a sheet that, has the 7 topics that are the criteria.
Okay.
This code language, and can make clean findings.
We will try to consolidate that. It's probably more like 30 pages.
No, if you just give us the topic headlines that we can.
We can certainly do that. So yeah, just wanted to make sure that we were providing what
you have to respond to them. It's for us.
Understood.
As we evaluate.
I will say that there is both in the application, both the applicant and staff responded to those review criteria as exhibits within your packet. But we can provide them clean if that's a desire.
I think it will help our discussion as we go through these topics when we get to that point.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Did anybody else have any information they'd like from Ben in preparation for our next meeting? Okay. None? We are going to adjourn this meeting and go into an executive session.
You can't.
We can't.
You need to, pursuant to your code, for notice to remain valid on this topic, you have to continue it to a date certain.
Date certain.
So I would ask, I think right now your next available meeting date would be March 24th. I don't know, I would seek input from the applicant, from staff, as to whether or not that gives them enough time to sort of have a meaningful response to some of the comments they've heard here tonight, or if they're seeking to, April 14th would be your next meeting date, unless council wants to, because of
a special meeting
time needed for this particular project, you want to look at potentially holding a special meeting.
We can be ready for the 24th, and understanding that that's a quick packet turnaround for us. Unfortunately, the 14th of April does not work for our team. And so we can make the March 24th and would be open to a special date as well.
Okay, well, let me ask council members, if we were to hold a special meeting on Monday, the 30th of March, we would not have the usual consent calendar and board reports and everything else.
I'll be out of town.
You'll be out of town. Same. Okay, so that doesn't work.
Spring break.
Yeah. Well, then the 24th, unless we were moving it into April, will have to be it. Is that okay? Okay.
Yep.
The 24th. So is there a motion to continue this item until the meeting that will be held on Tuesday, March 24th?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Nicole, will you call the roll, please?
Councillor Benedetti?
Yes.
Councillor Doyle?
Yes.
Councillor Guth?
Yes.
Councillor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Richard?
Yes. Thank you very much. We are adjourned on this item. We are going to adjourn the regular meeting and go into executive session before we adjourn this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear.
Would you like a motion?
Let's have Kate give the recitals and then we'll do it.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council, and
thank you all for coming, and thank you for your patience.
Staff is requesting an executive session pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute, Section 24-6-402.
Hey, guys, we got to finish up this process. Please be quiet.
Subsection, so again, pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, subsection 4A, the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interests. Subsection 4, subsection B, conferences with an attorney for the local public body for purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions. Subsection 4, subsection E, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators. The items we are looking to discuss in executive session included the discussion and instruction to negotiators concerning potential litigation arising out of the Wrights Road Waterline Replacement Project, and 2, the lease negotiations concerning property located at 455 Rio Grande Place. As the mayor mentioned, we would convene executive session down on Electric Pass and adjourn both the executive session and regular meeting in Electric Pass, as no further business is on your agenda. And a recording of this meeting will be kept by the city clerk for no less than 90 days.
Very good. At this hour.
Terrible.
Would someone like to make a motion to go into executive session based on the citations of our attorney?
So moved.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded. Nicole, will you call the roll, please?
Councillor Benedetti?
Yes.
Councillor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Goop?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Richards?
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Grassroots. We appreciate your time here.